Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. I'm here as Elzon, your host, your caster, and your general entertainer for the POROLANDER Free Build Tournament. We should be having brackets set up shortly, but welcome in. This is another event in our Poro Cup series, as we're calling it, where we make some crazy deck building conditions, and then we force everybody to follow them. So this time around, we were doing 100-card free build rules. So I got a sneak peek at the decks because I've been reviewing some deck codes before the event started, and there's some interesting stuff going on. I saw some through lines with some champions that everyone seems to have picked, but this is going to be interesting. It's a 100-card singleton, no duplicates, and between deck lists you can only have 80 cards that overlap, so there should be a lot of variety and a lot of interesting and distinct matchups, I think, or at least a lot of cards that are not going to get duplicated across the matchups across today's event. So we will be kicking off in a few minutes, currently waiting to see as the brackets are being made. Shout out to the moderator, Kitten, who's absolutely fantastic and has been helping out a lot with the planning and also the event running today. Also, JD Wax, thank you for the follow. Let's fucking go. But yeah, this will be the usual format. We're on a 1 minute delay, so I'll be a little bit stilted in my responses to the chat potentially, but we do want to maintain some, or not some, we want to maintain competitive integrity here. So as we jump in, we'll be hopefully spectating at least one match per bracket. We may be able to get some opponent hands up today. I have a second computer, courtesy of Glass, running behind me that may be able to display opponent hands as well. Otherwise, we'll just be jumping in from the perspective of one competitor and seeing how it goes. So this is all very exciting, and I am hyped to see what the singleton results are. I know that there was that singleton event gauntlet that happened. Or the free build gauntlet, rather, that happened. And it was definitely a little bit skewed to the 10-card minimum rather than large, bloated decks. And I'm a fan of variety, so for this one, we definitely forced people to pick 100 cards out of the Runeterra pool. Obviously, with the smaller card pool, there's going to be a lot of overlap between decks and players in general. But we're hoping that that 20-card unique requirement is going to hopefully be a little bit unique. All right. Let's see. We're about to start. So okay. Still working on some back end stuff here. But we look like we'll be kicking off at about 10:08. We're a few minutes behind. But thank you to everybody who has patience, who has had words today escape me. It's the 4th of July weekend. That's my excuse here in the US. We will be sticking off at 10:08 about, and then we will be jumping in. We are doing some unique stuff here. As with some of our previous events, we're doing manual bans. So players will be rolling up with their free build decks, and since the client does not allow best of 3 free build at the moment, we're doing manual bans, which is always I think an interesting time and also a great opportunity to do things that you just can't do typically in Runeterra, which is what we're all about here for the Poro Cup series events. I remember I tried building a 100-card deck for the Gauntlet that did not end up working out because I got absolutely bodied by all the drop border decks. But the ability to put in all of the regions and have so many tools at your disposal is, I think, a really interesting moment. It also is mirroring a lot of other formats like Commander and like Highlander a little bit of you just kind of have to set up an engine and hope that you draw your engine. Was kind of surprised to see how few or how many units versus spells people were including, and how much people were not relying on draw in the little bit of the previews that I got of the deck codes that have been submitted so far. Draw is super powerful. I'm also very curious to see how often the new cards are being used. The expansion certainly introduced a lot of things that are kind of unique for sure. And you can, of course, in 100 cards include at least one out of most, if not all, of the packages that are offered. A lot of subtypes, you can probably include all of the ambush cards if you want to as one-ofs. So let's see. 4th of July should never be an excuse. The 4th of July should never be an excuse. How about that it's a Sunday and it's a weekend, and I stayed up late last night? I feel like that's an understandable human excuse. Looks like we might be pulling in the last of the deck submissions here to get this party started here. But what about all the fireworks no one wants or asks for? You know, I fucking feel that. That has certainly been happening on our street quite a bit. And let's see, one moment here. Okay. Yeah, our street was full of smoke. It's been full of smoke for the past 2 evenings, because people are popping off so many fireworks. It's still not the 4th yet, so I'm expecting a lot on Tuesday evening. So I'm going to walk into work probably a little bit sleepy, but such is the American way, I guess. All right, here we go. Yeah, so interested to see how the new cards are shaping out, interested to see how people are emphasizing draw. I definitely saw some one-drops like Annie and Zoe repeated very often. There were some Timos in there, so my Lord and Savior, the Shroom God, should hopefully be making an appearance. And now the question is, can people top deck their one-drops? And this is where the RNG part comes roaring into place with that many cards, because unlike other games, you cannot continually mulligan until you have a one-drop. So that's going to be a challenge for sure. Okay. Looks like we're getting in some more deck codes here. Let me quickly review those and see if we're off to the races at the moment. There's also been a lot of Bandle happening. A lot of Bandle, a lot of Noxes. But it doesn't look like it's entirely Burn all the time. And I wish the people who are not running Burn some luck versus the damage that may be coming into their face. Looks good, and that might be our last bit of maintenance before they jump in. They were jealous they didn't have that Canada smog. That is true. That is true. How dare the air quality not be a little dog shit, you know? Okay. Okay. Looks like we are getting started. Thank you all for your patience as we start off this event. As always, there's some organizational stuff that needs to happen, but I think brackets are being made as we speak, so let's go. All right. Hopefully we can get the opponent and my hand together. Who sacrificed the most to RNGs today? How many children have you offered up to RNGs last night in super complicated and painful rituals? That is the fundamental question here. That is the fundamental question. We'll definitely be analyzing our players to see how many children were involved in their victories today. Assuming, of course, that the one-drops are going to carry, which, knowing that there's Zoes floating around, quite possible. A leveled Zoe in Singleton could be a little bit scary. It's probably also worth, as we're still waiting for the games to start, to mention some of the bans that we chose and why we chose them. We did ban Catastrophe, I think for obvious reasons. That one is a little bit painful and should also be auto load if you are running a Singleton deck. So we were like, that man, Catastrophe has to go. We also banned things like Back Alley Bar, which will discount cards that are new, and everything will be new if you only have one of them. We also went through and picked some stuff like Time Trick and Powerful Prep, so that there wasn't too much ability to just really pick from your deck super consistently. You can still draw, you can still do other predicts, but the ability to burst speed draw Spear speed draw a card of your choice felt a little bit strong in this kind of format. So we also want to ban that. We also did ban, I announced this ban after the leaks happened. It was before the official announcement. We did ban Sub Monument because I on release was, or before release was like, Sub Monument can do a lot of stalling, and in 100 cards where you may be able to duplicate if you dare run cards that duplicate, even if your deck is fat at 100 cards, it's thick at 100 cards, then there may be opportunity for the games to drag on for 40 minutes or something like that, as you are just literally unable to kill your opponent, or you're literally unable to die, depending on who has the monument at the moment. So that was also a concern. We also spot banned some champions like Rise and Thresh. Rise just felt unfun, you know? If you draw one of Rise that you have in your deck, or your opponent draws the one of Rise that they have in their deck, and you lose to a Rise, that would not feel so great. We also spot banned things like Thresh, which summon other champions from your deck, just so that there is no possibility of your opponent springing a Tryndamere. That's probably the biggest stick option that people are probably not actually going to be adding in a format like this. And then also went through and did like FTR, again for similar reasons of just the guaranteed popping out a lot of value. There are definitely cards that we probably missed that pop out a shit ton of value that we did not ban. But we're never going to catch everything that's going to feel painful in the bans, but so we think that we managed to hit at least some of the key targets for this kind of format. Bans, of course, evolve depending on the format, so they will change from tournament to tournament, at least for the Poro Cup series. Rise, however, I feel like I need to shout out Rise. Rise has been broken pretty much every time. So that's just kind of a constant. At this point, we just kind of auto-ban the Rise. Like, is this Rise going to be fun to play against? Nope. In the bin it goes. Sub Monument would make you effectively immortal if you could draw it early in this format. Yeah, so it being effectively immortal while your opponent is not effectively immortal, or your opponent has, or you are attacking somebody with Sub Monument and you're just unable to kill them because they have it, even if you draw better, you know, skill difference, just draw better, or even if you have just a deck that has a more consistent series of win conditions, that just felt a little bit unbalanced. I think in games where you can plant shrooms on a deck that has 25 cards, like say you're slapping that Sump Monument down as I have, into the face of all of the anti-Jin players, then it is a little bit more fair because you are still risking the chance of drawing 4 to 10 puff caps on your next card draw, depending on whether or not they have managed to put Ravenbloom Tome on something important. But in a format like this, where you can take, you can take like 4 damage and get 16 cards distributed over, say, at least 80 cards, that is negligible amounts of damage, and that definitely did not feel quite accurate. Or at least comfortable enough to include. But yeah, that was an interesting moment of, man, we're gonna ban a card before it's even released, because of the way the event ended up working out, or the timing of our announcement of the event ended up working out compared to the actual expansion dates. So there that is. Bracket should be up in a couple of minutes, it looks like, and we're almost there. Oh, brackets are up now. It is at 10:13. They were announced, so let's go. We do need to post that deck list into the server. I'll be referring it to obviously as we go through the event, so that we can pull that together. I'll put this in the channel, and then I think we are off to go. Tournament participants, here we go. Thank you all again for your patience. And here it is. Okay. Let's delete those, and we should be ready. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see what this is going to end up looking like. Here we go. Sub-Monument with Starlit Epiphany. Sub-Monument with Starlit Epiphany. Oh, yeah, because then you can just replace all of the cards in your deck. We did go through and ban Starlit Epiphany too, actually, for this event, speaking of, because we thought that the power level of being able to reduce a 100 card very distributed power level down to what is it, 20 copies of Behold, would also be quite strong. So that's not going to happen. It shouldn't be. Okay. And here we go. Yes. All right, here we go. Yeah, but one day we should have a Starlit Epiphany kind of tournament. It'd be hard to format. Because then it is literally just what is your RNG from Starlit Epiphany giving you? And then we would have to get into the play effects. So another distinction between this tournament and the last one is last time we had some play restrictions of you could and could not actually cast cards of a certain condition. Like you couldn't cast permanent units, you had to cast ephemeral ones. This time it is just deck building conditions. There's ban lists, there's the deck building rules, and then you are free to cast whatever the fuck you want. And there are certain things that end up being allowed even though we did ban them in the regular lists. Time Trick is an example. That's one of the cards that Burst Speeds allows you to pick and draw something from your deck that we thought would be a little strong. But Echo will make Time Tricks, and like the difference between Standard and Eternal, you can do that. You can just do that if you want to. I think we are proceeding with the matches. Brackets are up. Let's take a quick look at those just to see how this is going here. Who is up against who? We are, of course, doing the double elimination as usual, and we're going to switch over here. So that we can see what's going on. So we've actually got an ABG player. Shout out to ABG, which I am a content creator for. We've got an ABG player. We've got some returning players, Cricket, Small Penguin. We've got some new folks as well. Welcome to the Poro Cup Series events. And I'm excited to see how this works out. We will have winners and losers brackets because of the double elimination. And because we have so few players, though we did hit that critical mass of 8, thank you to everybody who registered, we will be probably having a little bit of a shorter event than usual, but that just means that we're going to see who gets to reset the final brackets if we get that. Last time we did have a pretty exciting bracket reset, so that was a good time to see for sure. Let's see here. And let's check the list to see if anybody has actually hopped into a game yet. Looks like no, but should hopefully be kicking off in just a minute. Ooh, this is good. This is gonna be good. Yeah. It's been a couple months since the last Poro Cup Series event, and I am looking forward to hosting more in the future. We definitely we've been doing it at about 2-month cadence at this point, just for logistical and planning reasons. Once a month for us would be a lot, but there has been a great deal of interest, and there's so many fun building conditions that we still need to get to that I'm looking forward to those. Here we go. This one, yes, it is Singleton as well. So we are, I think, about to jump in. Okay. I went swimming yesterday. This is a personal caster note, not a game note. I went swimming yesterday, and my right ear ended up with water in it, and the water is still not left my right ear, so I can like sort of kind of hear what's happening in my right ear. But it's very interesting because I can hear the game very easily out of my left, but nothing is just like muffled. It's like muffled string sounds coming from this side of the world. So that's exciting. That's exciting. Ooh, looks like some folks are moving around. I'm still just chomping at the bit here to start to announce the cast. Um Looks like we may have some deck lists to figure out still. Thank you all again for hanging on. Riot sponsoring when? I don't know, but they should really get on that. We have been for sure trying to pick out conditions that are not the ones that are happening in the Gauntlet. I mean, obviously, free build has happened in the Gauntlet, but they did not require that you do 100 cards in the free build. So that is a big that's a big difference. You're not going to see the drop order. The second I thought about free build, I was like, we cannot allow the 10 card situation that happened in Gauntlet to happen here. The one thing that a couple of other conditions that we have thought about doing thus far are that the mana cost of your cards has to hit a certain minimum or a certain maximum. We've also been thinking about doing more of these subtypes. Now that there are more subtypes in the game, that will actually be a lot easier. Initially, we had been trying to figure out some way to do like Poros and Elnuks and Yetis, and then crying over the power level of Elnuks currently. But now there's birds and reptiles and Fruip, who is a reptile, which is fantastic. So there's the Fruip archetype, there's the Burb archetype. There are so many that should be a lot of fun to play around with, hopefully. I have grapes. This is fantastic. But yeah. Okay, I think we are still checking things out here. Looks like we're almost ready. Shout out to Kitten again for doing all of the back end stuff. We are down a mod today because Glass is actually working. How dare Glass have a job and a life? So it is just the two of us holding down the fort at the moment. And I am awake, and that's my victory of the day. It also I shout out to anybody who is experiencing the heat wave in the US right now. We're currently going through it, and we live in California, so it is thankfully dry heat. It is totally fine. It is manageable, but I know it's going up to 120 in some places. So if you're in one of those spaces, I wish you many fans and AC, and also hope that you're doing okay as everyone in your circle. Because heat is kind of dangerous and also just really fucking unpleasant. I would much rather be cold than I would rather be sweaty. That may just be me. Some people prefer to be warm, some people prefer to be cold, but if you're too warm right now, I send you cool thoughts from a cool person. I'm so sorry. I'm making assumptions. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. That's okay. We are looking at some bands coming in. So we're about to get started, I think. The bands are finally rolling out. The brackets have been made. We're going in. Okay. Time to continue stocking the list of players that I have up here until they do something. Do things! Alright. Hopefully we will be able to get that opponent in hand, though it depends on the brackets from this and which one we sump in for first. The southeastern humid heat, your Caribbean blood coming in clutch? Oh, fuck yeah. That actually has to be helpful. I just turn into an unpleasant puddle in the heat. Like, I can handle some of it. I actually kind of enjoy working out when it's really warm, but that's kind of where it stops. That's kind of where it stops. I don't like just ambiently existing in the heat. But if I sweat a lot during a workout, that makes me feel like I'm doing more in the workout, which is, it makes me feel productive and like I'm an adult and all of that good shit, you know? The most important things when you're thinking about a workout is, do I feel like an adult yet? Anyway. Okay, we've got, okay, we've got a couple more bands in here. Fantastic. And Ooh, did someone just disappear? Did somebody move? No. Okay. Oop. I'm back! But yeah, I hope everyone's enjoying the expansion as well. Not outside of the tournament where you can run the expansion cards. I hope every people are enjoying ranked and right now, and also just casual play or Path of Champions, whatever floats your boat. I personally have found my niche in Sump Monument decks, and when I say Sump Monument decks, I don't really have any particular deck that I'm like, this is the Sump Monument to do. It's more. It's more like I just shoehorn it into whatever I'm playing. Right now, I've been having some success with the Teemo Caitlyn Sump Monument with Freljord, not with Bandle, and it's been working out actually. Being able to plant more puff caps than I have currently in my deck, planted by courtesy of my opponent, has been honestly super entertaining. I haven't played too much Nico and Nidalee. I don't actually know if I've played Nico at this point. I have mostly just played a little bit of Nidalee, courtesy of the viewer decks that I've been submitted. Thanks to the viewers. But I definitely feel her power level sometimes. Definitely feels like there's a good power level to the Nidalee. I have gotten off only one javelin so far, though. I need to get more javelins in my life. But for now, honestly, Sump Monument has taken up all my time and most of my appreciation. Most of my appreciation. All right. Looks like we are still waiting a little bit here. Some of the matchups, we did have a couple of DQs, so some of those matchups are going to be a little bit adjusted here. Let me double check the brackets and see who we might be able to immediately jump into a game with. Looks like that Ash guy and Small Penguin may be going into a match. Cricket and Hobbitses are also up, as are Grave Trail and ABG Rogio. So let's see what's going on here. Already moving on to the round 2, but hopefully we'll be able to jump in to that match if we can. I still need to do all my stuff from the event pass. I didn't get the A-Soul last time, but I'm hoping that this time around I will actually potentially be able to finish it, even if Pyke is not necessarily my favorite champion of all time. All right. Here we go. So it's trouble seeing the deck list at the moment. The deck codes from the client's having problems. I can blame Riot for this one. Just not the other ones. Let me quickly see if I can sort this out a little bit. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, are we... Ooh, I think we might be able to hop into a game here. Potentially. Yes, TOF Trust is in a match right now. I think that might be... our game here. So let's see if this, looks like a singleton deck. I think it should be. Looks like they're up against, yeah, they're up against Small Penguin here. And it looks like it might be kicking off. Are any of the games going, or more it's just a resolve? Good questions. Looks like we might have one kicking off at the moment, if we can spectate that. Yeah, did not anticipate not being able to view 100 cards in any of in the client or on the websites, however. That is, you know what? This, to be fair, 100 card decks are pretty, are more fringe condition. But hopefully we'll be able to get that organized. Waiting for them to add more control mages from League to get Syndra, Malzahar, Brand, Vel'Koz, Zyra. Riot is afraid to add traditional mages, probably because they're trying to figure out what what they would do, because Vygar's in the game, and Vygar Darkness is pretty potent. It's a pretty potent scenario, I think. Ooh, all right. Looks like we might be unable to hop into that immediately. Still waiting, I think, to figure out is how the deck codes can be viewed, if they can. It's not a tournament event if there are no technical difficulties. I just didn't anticipate being unable to see the deck code. Holy shit. That's a little bit awkward. Because I know I have had issues importing them into the client sometimes. Which, like, come on now. If you have the deck building rules that you can build 100 cards, you should be able to view 100 cards. Also, Devil D, hello and welcome in. We're on a 1-minute delay, but welcome back. I'm not winning today, actually. We're watching other people trying to win their matches for the tournament that we're hosting today. Thank you for the well wishes, though. I'll just hop in and fight one of our participants for fun, and win that way. That will not interfere with the brackets or the tournament setup at all. It will be completely fair and balanced. Completely fair and balanced. Okay. Checking on the brackets again. I think we're still waiting for the deck code problems to be sorted out. Except when she isn't. Yes, that's a good way of putting it. I'm always winning, except sometimes I'm just not, and that's not my fault. It's just how somebody else won instead. I'm just transferring my wins to other people is what's happening, you know? I'm being generous with reality is the answer. All right, I think we are still sorting out some of the bans, or sorting out some of the attempts here to get people into their matches. This is the person who... Okay, Cricket's currently trying to figure out the deck list problems. Gotcha. Okay. We may have an answer to the deck list, which is literally just where people are going to stream them in the Discord, which is unfortunate, but hopefully is a solution. Thank you to all the participants for their patience as well. This has definitely been a learning experience for us as the organizers. That sometimes that maybe 100 cards is just unfeasibly large. I don't know if it would work better if it was at 80, to be fair. Maybe 60 is just the acceptable sweet spot for the client and for websites that want to interpret the very, 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 very long deck codes. Like, I will say, the deck code lists are insanely long. Which is just it's a fun time to try and copy them over, because they look, just to give you an impression, they look like this, which is just the entire screen. It's the entire address bar of letters to try to indicate what the fuck somebody's doing. There's just a lot. There's just a lot going on there. I think our bans are in. It is literally just figuring out what decks people are jumping in with. We're almost there. Are you gonna play a Nico deck? I don't know if I don't actually would need to double check the list here. I'm gonna bring up the 3 decks for the next person that we're able to spectate. But I don't remember offhand if anyone brought a Nico to the playing field. If in a singleton game where you are able to run one-ofs and a lot of just different types of cards, the subtype thing might not be too difficult, or I should say maybe not difficult, but an infeasible thing to do. Um, so perhaps there are Nikos. We can take a look at a few decks here, actually, to see if indeed there are some Nikos happening. This is a just kind of a random deck that I'm bringing up here. But this is also what the madness of the deck submissions looks like. I've never seen the screen so full of things, and it's fantastic. So Annie is making an appearance a lot. I've definitely seen more than a couple auctions in these lists. This one definitely tends towards the Noxus Bilgewater side, which is just sounds like burn. It just sounds like a lot of damage. So they did sneak in a BB here for that mischievous Mirai action, which is kind of exciting. Yeah, a lot of spells, a lot of burn for this one, but no Nico yet. You vote Nico deck today, but not with Demacia. Honestly fair. That is sounds a little scary for sure. All right, let's take a look at another one here. See if there's anything. Let's just pick a random one, and take a look at that. See what's up. Hasting of 500 characters and fantastic. I love the fruit background. They made a good choice with that one. Yeah, Timo and Zoe are in this one, which is fantastic. I do also see a Victor, which my man Victor is showing up, which is also pretty neat. Also, Cannon, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. And also, I've said this many times before already, but thank you again for doing all of the organizing as we move through this event, and for making it as smooth as possible for the players, even though we've run into a few hiccups so far. Really appreciate it. Yeah. I do see things like Aloof Travelers as well, which is also going to be interesting in a format like this, considering that one Aloof Travelers, if you've drawn a card that you really give a shit about, is going to hurt even more in this kind of format. Rejuvenating Breeze, one of the new cards popping up as well as things as like Necrotic, Arachnoid, which I do mean to run at some point with the Neverglade Collector, but right now it's just kind of a spooky trypophobic 8-drop that may or may not come up depending on how long these games are allowed to continue. Surprisingly, I would have thought that some people would be running more 1-drops, but you still kind of have to balance your deck somewhat the way you would normally do. Obviously, there are more expensive cards spattered about, just because there aren't really enough cards to build a super solid early to mid without including more expensive things. The Runeterra.ar mods are going to send me an angry message. Probably. If they do that, I feel like that's warranted. I'm driving the traffic, you know? Looks like we may actually finally be able to spectate a game here. One of the players who has trouble viewing the deck codes looks like they may have been able to hop into that friend challenge. So we're gonna kick this off officially. Our site wasn't meant for 100 cards. Neither was Runeterra. But we're breaking all the rules today. We're just shattering it all at once. Yeah, Hobbits, Cricket, and Trust look like they may have stepped into their matches. So we're just gonna do the usual stalking. Usual caster stalking from afar. And to see what those first games are gonna be like. Yeah, shout out to Runeterra.ar though for honestly being a fucking staple now of the Runeterra community, and the site that I go to by default now to do literally everything when it comes to looking at deck codes. There are a bunch of other ways to view them in the client on other sites, but Runeterra.ar is solid, and the simplicity of that URL is so effective. You would run one all-seeing oracle. Honestly, fair enough. There are so many things that are spicy one-ofs, or could be spicy one-ofs in this game, or in this format, that are kind of exciting. Yeah, let's go. Let's do this. Looks like this is still waiting. Maybe we can drop into Hobbitses. See if that match is up and running. I'm really, at this point, I'm now just really hoping that the client doesn't have a poop when I try to load in to watch somebody with 100 cards, or watch two people with 100 card, which is, to be fair, 200 whole cards. That sounds like a them problem. Okay, but we can still have sympathy. We can still have sympathy that somebody's code is doing a little bit of a fritz. As somebody who writes Python code from time to time, I do feel empathetic. But also, if it don't work, it don't work. It might also just be, I don't know. I feel like a browser or two might also just, like, not enjoy that at all. It might just be like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? It's like trying to paste a chapter of a novel into your address bar. Or into any field. And sometimes, maybe there's like I mean, there shouldn't be a character limit. Have you seen the URLs for like Amazon and stuff? You go to Amazon and you try to pull out a URL for something, and it's like, no. That's literally never going to happen. I'm gonna flip between a couple people here, because it is taking a long time to load in, and I want to make sure that it is, not just, I want to see if it's just freaking out in general at the concept of trying to view a 100-card singleton. Because I hope that it is entertaining for the players, but I also would like to entertain the stream here, if we can, with these games. Yeah, no, I think people are in their matches, but the client may not be letting me in to see them, which would be incredibly frustrating. I'm gonna just blame all of this on the fact that there's 100 cards now. If there's a problem, it's 100 cards. If my computer shuts down, it's 100 cards. If the client breaks, it's because there's 100 cards. If a meteor falls from the sky, it's because we decided to do a 100-card singleton. Hopefully there will be no meteors. Hopefully there will be no computer shutdowns. Hopefully this will all coalesce together. But right now it is a little bit of being a poop. Come on, client, let's go! Let's do this. Let's see. I think 2F Trust might be in a match, but I think this will also be waiting on the brackets. Still at the moment. TF should be up against Small Penguin at the moment, who is away, so that makes sense. Then let's see, don't have Rogio or Crave Trail here. So Cricket and Hobbitses should be in a game versus each other at the moment. So that is correct. That makes logical sense. But the client here, how dare! How dare. We'll give it a few more minutes, folks. If this does not work, I will entertain you for the time being, I guess. Definitely not exactly how I had envisioned this panning out, but hopefully it'll be fun for the players while they're in there. Seeing 40 chance in a game is too much for the LOR. It might be. It might not. And let's see, do these people actually have... While we're waiting for the client to decide whether or not it's going to work, let's see if these people do actually have 40 champions between the two of them. So Cricket here, bringing, let's see, Cricket here bringing one deck. And let's just take a look at this. We also, yeah, this is another thing that I noticed a couple of times. There have been some Lucians coming up. Haven't seen him in a very long time since he got his, I think, nerf, personally. Since he got his change recently. This is a lot of Bilgewater Noxus. I think this might actually have been the deck that I incidentally brought up in the previous round. At this point, LOR devs will whip out the banhammer for breaking the client. At this point, yes, but at that point, that's just a feather in the cap, yo. We broke Runeterra.ir and we broke the Riot client. Like, what What's better than that? I think, honestly, nothing. That's a pretty good, that's a, I think, a pretty good marker. We were so avant-garde with our competitive format. We were so ahead of the game. We saw the future. We flew too close to the sun. You can stream in the Discord channel. If you wouldn't mind, that would actually be great. Let's see. I'm gonna hop over here and see if we can get that coverage in the Discord instead. Yep. That's I think we actually broke it. I think we actually legitimately broke it here. Okay, I'm not sure what game this is that we are hopping into here. Actually, I'm just gonna make one more attempt here because that game is starting. I can see that it's starting, so the client is for sure broken. So I'm just gonna bring it up here, and we're going to live through the Discord at the moment. Here we go. This is a little bit janky, but it's working. And at this point, I'll fucking take it. I will absolutely fucking take it. We do see a Crackshot Corsair coming out against a bird. So Hobbits is here honestly pulling the Crackshot Corsair on one, as all the best players do. Cricket here with a Jagged Butcher House Spider and Divine Clerk in hand. Unfortunately, that Boon hopping over to the Divine Clerk instead. Coming down with the 2-2 and the 1-1 at the moment. Looking at the 2-2 into the Reborn Grenadier. Gangplank and Swain both triggering here. I'm actually going to quiet down the client at the moment so that we can actually hopefully just hear the game audio through here. I'll turn that up a little bit. And here we go. Cythria of Cloudfield coming down. Raven Blue Conservatory out, or Conservatory out, Akshan onto the field. I was busy looking at the deck code, so let's bring that up once more to see what's going on here. That is one of Cricket's decks. The question mark is quite helpful, Runeterra. it just gave up. I absolutely love it. We're really pushing the client to the limits of its abilities. Cricket here going in with an open attack with some pretty powerful cards, with that vision being cast to honestly pretty great effect here. Top decking a Shen. So we are definitely looking at the wrong deck code in terms of what they're playing at the moment. Let's bring up the others real quick here. Check those out. So it's not that deck because we can see that there is a Shen in it for sure. Let's see here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Runeterra.ar. Once more into the breach. We're looking at potentially... Is it potentially this deck? Still no Shen, so it's of course the last one that I'm looking at here at the moment. It does actually make sense that people would be taking a long time with the bans, because they do have to look at every single individual card that the opponents may have been bringing up here. This looks... but this is the deck list that Cricket is currently running with. I'm gonna just, I think, give some highlights here. This is a pretty distributed, I mean, it is all 10 regions plus Runeterra regions. This is one of the decks that has a Teemo and a Zoe, as well as Fizz and Lucian for the champion 1-drops. The most cards in this deck, region-wise, are from Noxus, along with some Bilgewater, Ionia, and Demacia distribution. A little bit of Targon as well. Returning to the game real quick here, though, we see that the Hobbitses here has managed to plop down the Swain. The Gwen is still alive. Cricket pushing a lot of damage here. The Shen supporting the Draven to have that barrier. Not only is he back to his 3-3 status, but he also has barrier now, just for good measure. Preying upon the unblocked aspect potentially here. for Cricket, popping that extra damage. Does not kill the Swain, does not kill the Gwen, but does kill some of the units with skills here. Has that 6 cost, I believe the Roar of Acacia in hand to potentially push some value at the moment. Hobbitses with a return attack with the Swain and a Gwen who is about to level. A little scary there. Death's Hand coming down, popping the Shen. Not quite leveling the Swain yet, though. Roar of Acacia providing some bodies, some backup. Azir leveling somewhere within the deck. Gwen threatening a little bit of damage. No additional Hallowed. Not lucky enough to draw that. However, still getting the level, still getting the power, still getting the drain, and potentially turning into a bigger and bigger threat. The Flight coming down, 2 damage elusive, currently unblockable for Hobbitses. Though with that amount of Swain Gwen experience, still able to just remove it off the bat. Stunning the 4-3, deciding not to deal with that elusive on the open attack. Regardless, just that's a note from Hobbitses. Legion Saboteur getting top decked for Cricket here. I'm gonna double check to see if we can quickly see what Hobbitses may actually be able to pull out in their deck versus this kind of scenario. Again, it's kind of a crapshoot depending on the top decks. Forced to block with a lot of champions here, potentially, which is a little bit scary for Hobbitses for sure. I'm wondering what that next turn is going to be, obviously, considering Cricket is able to just continue to put on pressure with the current board state and everything that's currently in hand. The quick attack doing a lot of work. This is not a deck with a Jhin in it, so we're going to assume that's not the one that Hobbitses currently has in hand. Drop the bomb coming down with the Tybalt on board now, leveling the Swain just barely too late, but still potentially able to do a lot. Dreadway is coming down, one of the boats coming into play at the moment. Okay, Dreadway is a pretty powerful pull. Going with the Tybalt instead of the Gangplank, there is Fearsome, there is Overwhelm on that 7-6. And yes, there is a little bit of a stream delay because we're streaming a tournament here. Pushing that 7-6 to face, getting 1 Hallowed proc, exactly 1, considering that the Gwen procced. Hobbitses, though, taking that first game with the Ravenbloom, counting down and offering an Overwhelm unit. There were, of course, blockers for the Gangplank boat, but not as much to do versus such a big unit. Looks like we're hopping into the next one. Hobbitses currently 1-0, but always an opportunity to turn it around, especially in a format like this with so much variation. Look at that champion page. Look at that champion splash page. Ah, it's beautiful. So many animations. I'm so happy. Anyway, Cricket starting out with a Sparring Student, debating whether or not to hold the 3 and the 4 drops here, keeping the Darken Harpoon for potentially some draw, looking at 2 1-drops actually, and the good old trusty House Spider, apparently. House Spider just continuing to do work, popping out some Predict here for Hobbitses, not finding a weapon or anything. Both clients now, or both players now, with the client going, what the actual fuck? With the question marks and the region locations. How dare it not have room? It only has room for 9 icons. What the fuck? Alright. Curious why I'm on a Discord call? We're currently on a Discord call because we are streaming the tournament from Discord. Thank you to Cricket and Hobbitses for doing, or Cricket here, being in the chat and broadcasting the game, considering the client is apparently not a fan of broadcasting free build games from itself directly. I mean, I guess we can give it another shot real quick just in case we want to see that potentially. I'm going to quickly try and see if we can spectate again, but for now we're just going to hold the Discord open until the client decides otherwise, but it may not actually decide otherwise at any point. It's looking like it's just going to sit here and think about it for a hot minute. It's going to sit there and think about it for a while. Stygian Onlooker coming into hand for Cricket. Hobbitses looks like they may have had some unfortunate draws there. Iberos. Ooh, Iberos looking fancy. That lifesteal looking pretty good versus the current board. Does refill all of the HP that has been lost, plus a little bit of an extra doot. Looking at the Nightfall on the Stygian to force an unfortunate block for Hobbitses here. Going back up to 20, but almost immediately being reset afterwards. Cricket also top decking a Jax, which will give some equipment synergies, of course. Zap Sprayfin pulling a card, attuning that 2 mana, maybe getting some removal for Hobbitses, yet at the same time, there's a lot of just small beaters for Cricket on the field right now. Getting the Darkened Bloodletters out onto the Fizz, which will also provide more units and such, or at least a unit. May not be able to block, but would put in some pressure potentially. Still trying to play a little bit of catch up, however, debating whether to block the Sparring Student, which of course goes back down to a 1/1, but takes the 7, leaves that the Sparring Student unblocked, even if it is the largest. Such an awkward trade with Sparring Student. If any of us have played against Azarelia, it does a lot. It does a lot. Hobbitses, however, finding the Petricite Charger and the Yordle that I cannot remember the name of, the 4/2 with quick attack. I'm going to call him like the boss or something, but I know that's not it. Zalani coming down. It's Zalan time. 7/7 overwhelm with that last breath. Just killing a unit, finding its face on the board, looking at some more big overwhelm units to just kind of go face with. The 4/2 getting blocked by the Hallowed, offering a little bit of extra oomph there. Reckless Revarian, though, is a very big boy, and maybe enough to push lethal, because there's only 3 blockers for Hobbitses at the moment, depending on where this weapon goes, though even depending on even without considering the weapon, there's not the most damage being able to be blocked here. Darken Harpoon now does trade with the Zalani. The Fizz, depending on what is drawn here, may be able to provide a elusive unit, but Citrus Courier, the top deck of Citrus Courier, looking like it's going to be the end regardless. That is a hell of a top deck in a singleton game right there. Hobbitses trying to hang on at that 2 HP, but doesn't know what's coming in a turn, as in this round. There's just one priority switch, and it's going to be pretty dangerous. Yeah, also Citrus Courier offering just the nice bonus of healing a little bit. Those oranges are doing a lot of work, preventing a lot of scurvy over here. Pharaoh's Financier coming down for Hobbitses. That will actually provide 6 mana, which is an opportunity to certainly to ghast something, depending on what it is. There are a lot of spicy 6 drops that Friggy can offer in this scenario. Cricket, looking at the weapon cast here, still has that 6 available. Fearsome, straight up just kind of countering that Petricite Charger. Sivir has been played, will be leveled already because of the damage committed. And there's that Citrus Courier. There are 4 units to 4 units, but that rally is still going to be pretty strong here. The open attack, not looking as hot, though, with the Reggie and the Sivir down. There was so much mana for Hobbitses to play with at that moment. And it wasn't as ideal of a swing. Still looking at a 3-2 that may trade with something. The 4-5 certainly is a good target to go. But the two power units and even the fearsome just not looking as good. There is a little bit of hallowed though. I think I was forgetting. I was discounting the hallowed as well. The fearsome getting pumped up to a 4-2, which now effectively trades with the board. And the 2-1s just kind of eyeing up the Petrosite Charger and other units. Hobbits is unable to take any damage here. Absolutely unable to take damage here. The yeah, I was gonna say the 4-5 and the 6-4 are not obligated to run into each other, and the Sivir does have the advantage of being able to swing with the quick attack and grant any allies that Hobbits has with that with those keywords now. Angry Beyblade Woman really potentially turning it around. Got super close to death there. Got super close to death there. With that Citrus Courier top deck. Let's see what happens as plays here. Combat Cook and Dunekeeper pulled off of that Darkened Harpoon there with the fleeting. Looks like Dunekeeper will be enough to block for a little bit. Pokestick is damaged though. Pokestick is a damage. And Hobbits is only at 2 at the moment. Running a bit of Damasio Sivir with the Darkened Harpoon as well. Bard and Varus leveling in the back there. Let's quickly take a look to see if I can actually... Oops, that's not what I meant to do. See if I can actually find the deck from Hobbits is here to see if they have any potential means of healing. They might not, in fact. So we're looking at a Sivir here. So you gotta find that deck list. Looks like it is, of course, the last one that I have not looked at yet to this point. Pushing a lot of damage, yeah. Let's do that. Let's see, checking out that Sivir situation. So not that one. Sit here. That's Varus. Here's the Sivir deck. Let's see. There is some Targon, but the spells are not the Targon heals. There is a Rejuvenating Breeze. We may see that new card come into play to pull Hobbitses out of a situation. There is just a 14/14 Evaros, though. That is a big boy. That can certainly tank a lot of hits, even if it is not the Overwhelm unit I was about to say. But then the Light of Acathia from the Jax level, from that one level, was in hand. It was in hand, and there's a 14/14, or a 15/14, I should say, with Quick Attack and Overwhelm just going to face. That Jax play coming in very clutch there. Pretty exciting. I believe we are moving on to now a game 3. First game to Hobbits' second game to Cricket here. I think we're on to 3. If I am not mistaken. I'm going to quickly check up on the brackets as well to see if anyone else has moved forward here. Looks like Grave Trail has advanced versus ABG Rogio. So they're in the winner's bracket here. ABG Rogio looks like they might be... It's gonna be determined how this match rolls out, of course. And TOF Trust moving on through the loser's bracket. Or, wait. Yeah, moving on through the loser's bracket here as well. Still waiting on the results of this match to find out what's happening next as well. Yep, this just doesn't work. The client just doesn't like it. Just doesn't agree with the decision to spectate those games for some reason. I'm still not quite sure why. To be honest with you. Oh no. Have we broken it irreparably? We might be breaking it irreparably. Still chugging along though, and thank you to the players for figuring out as much of this as they can as we go forward here. I think we're still waiting at the moment. Okay. I think we're still waiting for the games to resume here at the moment. But for now, we'll just be chilling for the second. We have a few more brackets to go through. I'm actually gonna allow the client to make noise at the moment so that we can hear the lovely strings of Runeterra as we think about the next matches. The Singleton games are turning out pretty interesting so far. Certainly a lot of meta stables getting stacked at the open of matches just because they're good cards. That was your game 3, 2-1 for you. Missed game 1. Gotcha! Cricket, thank you for that info. All right, so Cricket taking that bracket. Appreciate that. Thank you for letting me know. Looks like we are moving on now. Let's see who's up against. That Hat Guy versus Small Penguin. We've got Grave Trail versus Cricket. We've got Hobbitses and APG Rogio in the losers bracket, and TOF Trust waiting for that C6 result. So I'm just gonna hop back into the Discord here, I think. Because of the issues with the spectating, we might be following Cricket around a little bit, if you're okay with that, Cricket. Thank you again for streaming in the Discord as well. We might be at a little bit of a pause point here as people figure out their bans and stuff. So I'm going to eat some grapes. And also probably drink some water. I'm not used to projecting this much in the regular stream, so my throat's like, what the fuck are you doing? It's a Sunday. But yeah, anyway, as the Singletons continue, it's some interesting matches so far. Definitely things like Citrus Courier are, I think, fun experiences to see. I'm just like, that is not always played. There are definitely decks that have run things like Incisive Tactician to be able to pull out wins because you have damage, you have a big unit. You just know by that turn that you're going to want to play something like that. But seeing more options like that or more off the beaten path cards is a little bit fun. Still, of course, some wild, strong synergies with sparring students. Demacia cards are always going to be good, summoning some Dauntless Vanguards and things like that. But it feels a little bit more... It's definitely more unit-focused, I think. Which reminds me of the condition that we ran before of having all units in your deck. So we had a rule of all units, and then there was all spells, and then there was... I think there was something else that was just like... you could only have one copy of a champion. You've got no issue with that? Fantastic! Cricket, thank you for offering that up. If we do, of course, have, if the brackets end up moving around, we will, of course, what I'll do is I'll just discuss the deck codes as we go, if we still run into issues with spectating. And just review the deck codes, talk about Singleton a little bit, and then keep you all posted on the brackets. Hopefully the client will stop having a mental breakdown, but until it stops having a mental breakdown, we shall be here. I will also ping to see if we can potentially get some other people to stream in one of the channels, but for now, we're going to follow Cricket around. Thank you for being a good sport and for also offering up your screen for us to view as we head into some more matches. I'm going to check to see if we can potentially spectate ABG Rogio here. I'm expecting the answer to be no, but we'll find out. ABG Rogio and Hobbits should be in a match in the losers bracket, so the winner of this shall move on for chance of redemption. But for now, we'll just wait. Fascinating. It just cannot load 20 champions consistently. It can't actually load champions. I have discovered bugs in the Runeterra client. This is fantastic. I'll go complain to Riot about it. um, but yeah, hopefully that will change. If we ever find out that it does change, if we ever find out that we can actually spectate with a ridiculous number of decks of cards in the deck, we may run this back. Um, but there are also other interesting deck conditions that we can form rules around that will probably not break the client so hard. Unless it's just a free build issue. I'm hoping it's like not a free build issue in general, because that would be kind of sad in general. That would be unfortunate if we could never actually do genuine free build. More reason to riot for sponsor you doing a free quality assurance and stress testing for them. Thank you, yes. They should not only sponsor, but they should also just pay me cash money. You know, I'm doing the debugging of the client for them. It's fantastic. But yeah, it's so funny how it's just like, no, I have decided. I have decided that the spectating should just never, it will just never occur. Fascinating. Fascinating. Frustrating, but also fascinating, you know? Anyway, I'm just honestly also excited to see who I will be sending one of Flufferton's cousins to. Loki, it is kind of a highlight now that there's like, what is it now, 4 Poros? This is our 5th tournament or 4th tournament? I have legitimately forgotten. I think it's our 4th tournament. There are now 3 other little Poros running around the universe that I have sent and spawned into existence for folks in the Runeterra community. So I'm just excited to send Flufferton's brother to somebody new, or sister, or something. I don't know. It's a Poro. It's cute. I'm gonna hold it as we wait. Learning experiences. Oh my god, fantastic. All right. Oh, also Rogio8, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. We don't have notifications up on this screen because we are still technically in casting mode, and then I tend to turn off notifications so that we have a clean recording. But thank you. Appreciate it. It's still refusing, and I think we're still waiting on Cricket to jump into their next match. So for now, let's bring up some deck codes, actually. So Hobbit says that ABG Rogi are up against each other now. So let's actually take a look and see what those singleton decks are actually looking like. So for Rogio, we have deck 1. We have Annie, Timo, Zoe, Akshan, Elise, Nora, Zillion, Aphelios, Caitlin, LeBlanc, Master Yi, Misfortune, Echo, Nar, Gwen, Kindred, TF, Vigar, Victor, and Nasus for the champions. So there's a little bit of predicting beyond what we have banned, of course, the time tricks, etc. And then there's some interesting Shurima cards in here. I think I incidentally clicked on this before when I was just like showing off what a singleton deck in this format ended up looking like. There is a Victor in here. We do love seeing a Victor. There's a Vigar. Also potentially just like making some darknesses. Seems like it will be mostly on summon. Doesn't look like there's really anything to super support that Vigar. There's a lot of spells in this one. Pretty spell heavy at 47 total. A lot of burn, a couple of copies, cards like Condense that are obviously quite useful for copying cards and making more value. A little bit of a way to cheat out the you can only have a one of a card in there. Got some value out of coins, and then of course a counter spell from all the regions that currently have the traditional counter spells, deny and rite of negation. Rejuvenating Breeze making an appearance again. Looks like a lot of people are running that new card. It seems actually quite useful for a format like this, right? It's a heal and it also draws you 2 cards. Unlike cards like Formula, it will provide you a little bit of survivability over just straight value. star shaping in here as well, relying on the Targon to potentially pull out some survivability, along with Guiding Touch in addition. Let's see, checking out another deck from Rogio here. That's not the screen that I was looking for. Checking another deck from Rogio. So that one is, I mean, we're just looking at piles, to be honest. It's just going to be pile after pile after pile. This one is a little bit different. Has an Annie, has LeBlanc, has Caitlyn. Still with the Victor Nasus. Has a bunch of equipments in here instead of the Shurima landmarks that we saw before. We did not ban equipment. We did not ban the Darkens, even though they do have those big, powerful, alternate versions of themselves. There are a lot of cards that I think are probably on the power scale of a Darken transforming that are just, they aren't super catastrophic if your opponent runs them or if you are running them versus other cards. There are some fun things like Submersible in this one, Harrowing making a reappearance here, Rejuvenating Breeze making a reappearance. There is the Knuckle. There's the Knuckle into the Mako, into the final card that I can't remember the name of in here. I have yet to see anyone actually cast that Knuckle sequence for the W, for the loss, for anything, really. It's such a weird spot. It's similarly to cards like Holonatus. It's just like, do the extra units that it gives you and do their casting requirements actually really boost your position in the game in which you are casting them? A little bit harder to tell. Not an easy one to cast for sure, but it's in there. It's elusive. It might be doing some damage right now. And then finally from Rogio here, let's see. Oh, Cricket is also going into a game soon, so we'll be able to return to some actual gameplay observations. But for now, let's check out Rogio's third deck, third and final here. We have got Nephelios this time. We have MF. And then we are back to a little bit of the Shurima landmark situation. This one has Sputtering Song Spinner. That's gonna pop out some funny stuff. Cyan Thousand Tailed, Captain Arica. The new one is a 4/4 that captures a unit, of course, not the old one. Some value generators. Kempong Pickpocket is always kind of an entertaining card, depending on whether or not you can actually get it to do stuff. Face Sprout, Vestian Disciples, just some good one drops. Cricket is heading in here, so I'm gonna bring that up now as we continue on through our tournament. I'm going to turn off the audio here, and then we'll pop over to the Discord once more. Okay, we are looking at opening hand here. We're hopping in early. We're up against Grave Trail versus Cricket here. Should be an exciting matchup. We've seen some of Cricket's decks before. Looking at a Shell Shocker, an Echo, and a TF in hand. With that Falling Star and place your bets. More draw, more coins, more value. Let's see here what Grave Trail is a casting at the moment. Currently nothing on one. Cricket with an extra mana off of the Shell Shocker. Champion Strength in hand. The big Demacia card could do a lot of damage for sure. Sivir getting a little bit of a level up. I love that there's, I just visually love that there's so many champions that will proc every single time. Bandle City Mayor for Grave Trail. I'm going to try to bring up those deck lists now for Grave Trail and see what we can find in there. See if we can suss out which deck that actually is. Alright. Echo coming down, already pretty powerful. Jack offering a trade. Strike up the ban in hand and available for Cricket. Potentially offering a good amount of hallowed extra damage there. Making it more difficult for the Jack to be able to block in the future. So let's see, we have a Jack. It might be this one, which runs a lot of Demacia as well. Also has a champion strength for Grave Trail potentially. Has things like Scion and Jarvan in them, as well as Kaisas for extra pings. Does this have the Bandle City Mayor in it? though. It does have the Bandle City Mare, so I think we might be looking at the correct deck as well. Has a counter spell, has a Golden Aegis, has a Blood on the Water, looking at rallies as well. And the Yuumi successfully coming down into the Jack for some extra beef on that unit. Exciting. Cricket here looking for that potential Fleet Feather tracker. That is a TF in hand. Could kill that Bandle City Mare, assuming there are no answers for that. Are there answers for a Bandle City Mare removal? There isn't really anything that buffs a lot. There is one Twin Disciplines, and there is a Three Sisters, though of course probably look angling to run that Three Sisters into a freeze or something else, as opposed to just having it boost a Mare for a turn. Still a pretty valuable card to have around, though. Grave Trail offering the attack with a Brash unit, hitting face, unable to be blocked. Falling Star, though, threatening the Jack. Really need that Twin Disciplines now. That would honestly be worth keeping. Form Up in hand instead, saving him from that fate, bringing him down to an 8-2 or 2 HP on the next round. And with that Yuumi buffing still, now it's a 7-3, which is pretty beefy. Looking at a 3-3 Solari Soldier or the TF here. Only has the place your bets available if the 3-3 goes, but TF looking kind of spicy, looking at some draw. With a place your bets that may actually boost him towards a potential level. A little difficult to say. Red card finally coming out, pinging the board and the face of Grave Trail, with some hallowed procs for Cricket. That could be a kind of a spicy attack here. Ambitious Cult is coming down. Has not been equipped, just spending the mana for that Jack. Grave Trail in that deck does have some equipment. Looks like it's pretty much one of each of the Darken, Bloodletters, Aegis, Harp, Lodestone, and Spear, and a Swinging Glaive as well, just to boost those keywords. Echo kind of hovering is a pretty powerful unit. Fleet Feather Tracker pulling the 3-5 to get it out of the way, as a 5-1. Everything else able to quick attack down the Jack. Grave Trail not dead at this point. Not dead even if with the unblocked attack. However, Cricket is approaching a champion strength now. The champion strength is now, putting the 7-2 in front of the TF, blocking that guy instead of potentially the Echo or a higher powered target. Not trading either with that block. Fleet Feather as a 5-1 is kind of scary. It's a Treferian Glory Seeker, only it's also a bird. It's a Glory Bird. The Glory Bird taking out Ambitious Cultist here, it looks like. And Grave Trail taking 9. Going down to 6 HP. Checking out, I'm going to check out here quickly if they do have any sort of healing or something like that. Not particularly. Going with the Sharp Sight, however, on the Jack to kill TF at 6 HP. Time Trick being made off of the Echo here. Affordable at 2 mana, but that does sacrifice the champion strength on the following turn if that is sent right now. Yeah, no real healing for Grave Trail at the moment. There's a lot of equips and some Demacia, but the amount of Demacia that might be coming from Cricket's side is also pretty scary. Grave Trail with a minion to do some blocking. Scavenged Camocloaker, boosting the Jacks to be 8 damage. Just going with that attack. Cricket with no elusive blockers kind of forces take the damage for now. Makes a coin, but still has such a free attack with the champion's strength potentially. Instead opting for the draw into Stygian Onlooker and Blimp Pack Poacher. Shadow in the Brush coming down potentially. Can capture a unit, which I believe will actually obliterate the Yuumi as well. So down a champion for Grave Trail Checking up on some stuff here in case there is anything going on with the tournament. Looks like we're still proceeding at pace normally. Jack actually leveling with the Relentless Pursuit getting cast. Death Reception 2. Thank you for the sub, by the way. Cricket surrendering. Just enough damage to threaten that with the Brash, actually. Brash doing work. Cricket and Grave Trail growing into the next game. Let's see how this rolls out. 2 Poros for each icon, by the way. I think that's adorable. Poro icons for the Poro Cup tournament. That's a fucking splash screen. I'm so in love with it. Jax for Grave Trail, it looks like, and Nico over here for Cricket, if I am not mistaken, which is pretty exciting. So let's see here. We did just see that Jack deck take the victory there. So let's see. Cricket with the Siren Song in hand already. That's certainly a meta staple that people have been seeing a lot of recently, and we're seeing it here again. See, we can't ban every card. We cannot ban every meta card. We try to ban a lot of meta cards, but there are, of course, ones that sneak under the radar. Lucian coming in as a 1-drop. Does have that quick attack, does do that level upon seeing units die. Conchala just coming down, potentially producing a lot of pings that could bring out some removal. But the 2-1s going face. Grave Trail blocking the 2-1s at trade. Lucian, quarter of his way to his level up. Quarter of his way. Siren Song now able to be cast. Will summon that Husk. Grave Trail open passing at 4 mana. Not super promising for Grave Trail. Lucian becoming a 3-2, finally getting buffed. Grave Trail ripping a Mystic Shot. Not a fan of seeing the Lucian level in that scenario. There's now a 1-2 Husk with Impact with Sivir being a pretty strong option. Sparring Suit also a 2-2. A lot of interesting decisions here to be made. Conductor of the Hallow or Conductor of the Mist also offering some hallowed procs. They're probably not what you want to get a Husk onto exactly. 6-5 Impact Sivir, which is kind of scary. Grand Plaza coming down. Grave Trail risking the value of the landmark for 7 damage to face. Blimp Pack Poacher, Conductor of the Mist, and Kingpin, Sparring Student, and now Jagged Butcher, all also in hand. 5-6 Big Dragon coming out. Does exactly trade currently with the Sivir. Blimp Pack Poacher offering a little bit of a sneaky bush threat. What's in that bush? What's in that bush? Who knows? Looks like the Sivir, though, might be out, and with a Pale Cascade in hand, the Screeching Dragon, a persistent threat on the board now. Let's see if that Blimp Pack Poacher can actually do anything about it on the block there. Cricket passing here, opting to bank that mana. Does have that Poacher transform spell in hand, though, of course. Sparring Student coming down. Lots of small things to cast here for sure that will benefit the Sparring Student, and also be benefited by the Siren Song. 2 1-drops that are going to be pretty chunky, honestly. Legion Saboteur now a 3-2 with the skill into a single dragon. The question is, does the dragon block the Blimp Pack? Or does it opt to go for a bigger target? Sparring Student's going to be kind of scary into the 5-2, so it might just end up being blocked there. And then the bush just continues to be a bush of doom. The bush of doom. Exactly. Going for the 3-3. There's 2 3-3s on the field now. Kind of starting to look at a little bit of lethal-esque damage. Not quite lethal yet, but approaching it. That undoes the heal, of course, that was just found with that Vile Feast. Let's see. There's two units that could be cast here. The Conductor of the Mist and the Kingpin might be able to come down with still mana available. There is a Golden Aegis with the barrier. Looks like that's going to try to eat a pretty big target, like the Sparring Student, potentially, or the Legion Saboteur, to generally just avoid taking more at 12 for Grave Trail. Conductor of the Mists will generate a Ghastly Band, which should be pretty castable. Pulling the 3-2 and pulling the 5-5 does go for the Sparring Student, not wanting to deal with any of that business there. 6-3, pretty strong. Slowly it gains that +1/+1 Fury proc. Shadow in the Brush, still kind of hidden. Deciding to go for the plus power on that one to push some more damage there, rather than going for the threat of a capture, which not sure if Brave Tribal would be anticipating that to be a blimp pack. There's so many options that it could be in a singleton situation. Choosing to trade with it, though, deciding that transform is just not... It just could be too many things. It just could be too many things. There's a 4-4. Looks like the Discord is having a good time. I'm just going to quickly minimize this and put it back. There we go. It's a Vayne, in fact. We do see a Vayne come down. Tumble being threatened. Yumi just on the field as a regular body. Not exactly how you want to cast a Yumi, but is a body. Vastayan Disciple now offering both damage and draws consistently for Cricket. The Yumi buffing, and then the Tumble just increasing in or lowering its cost every round. Treasure Seeker has been found, which does make a 5-2, which could be quite a bit of power at the moment. However, there's a pretty good chance that an open attack will wipe the board, and it looks like Cricket's opting for that option. The 2-2 is almost enough, which means that the 4-2 is going to be a pretty optimal, is going to be a pretty good attacker there. Going with the Sharp Sight on the Yumi to block the Vastayan Disciple. Vayne trading with the Hallowed Unit. Concerted Strike also retaliating against that attack. Yumi will now grow in size. Grand Plaza making the Chow a 1-4 just this turn. 3-2 Treasure Seeker coming down. Ghastly Band and the Waking Sands in hand for Cricket. Yumi a 4-4. And we see the Eye of Nagake Boros being cast for Cricket. Nagake Boros goes. We do have a couple of cards drawn here, including the Champion's Strength once more, as is the Winding Light, which is pretty powerful. Grave Trail coming out with a pretty powerful 7-drop of their own, though, in a 9-9 with Challenger. Zoe also has Challenger this turn, was cast, has the Grand Plaza proc, but not quite as useful, considering that she is elusive, and you don't really want to kill her too much. Winding Light, though, what a pull. I remember when that was really dominating tournaments for a hot minute, you know? It was just such a good turn to have with Aphelios and other things. 3-2, Ghastly Band coming down. Waking Sands and Champion Strength available at the same time. Looks like that may be the play here. Fizz leveling somewhere. Thank you, Fizz. No elusive for you today, though, versus that Zoe. Yumi, by the way, is now a 5-5, and there's a 9-7 dragon, so the field is looking kind of scary for Grave Trail. Still at 5 HP, though. That's pretty easy at this point, honestly, to turn around. Cricket opting for the Winding Light for some buffs. They do all have Overwhelm now. Is that enough? 7-3 trades with the 9-7. 5-3, not quite enough to punch through lethal. Either of the 5-3s together, actually. Invoking something and triggering a Crescent Strike on the Ephemeral units for, honestly, a lot of psychic damage. As well as just stalling that entire attack there. Very good top deck there. Grave Trail continuing on, and Cricket, thank you for allowing us to spectate your matches here in the Discord. Really appreciate that. So let's check up on the brackets then with those results as well. And thank you again for all of that. Looks like Hobbitses may be prepared and ready for the next opponent as well. Let's see where we stand at the moment. That Ashguy and Grave Trail moving up to the last round for the winner's bracket before somebody has to wait for grand finals and the loser's brackets results here. Let's see, Cricket and TOF Trust in the loser's bracket. Looks like Small Penguin and Hobbitses will be up against each other as well. So we will probably sneak onto the Discord to watch Cricket continue, because we can't do that. And I'm pretty sure the spectator is still not functioning as intended, though I will do my best to try once more, as always. I will always be trying, and I will always be like, wow, the client doesn't work this tournament apparently. But those were some pretty neat games. Winding Light was honest, it just felt like a throwback. I'm just like, wow, I remember when that was like the biggest, that was always a turn where the Targon deck would just win the best of 3, or at least that match in the best of 3 for sure. Let's see here. Where are we? Oh, maybe Hobbitses and Rogio looks like they're still in the match, actually. So the results, we're also still waiting for the results of that game. Also catching up in the chat now, Death Reception 2, thank you for the kind words as well. I'm glad you've been learning a lot about the game. Thank you for stopping by the stream while you could. Have we looked at Rogio's decks? And I think we took a peek at Hobbits' decks, which is also just a fun name to say, Hobbitses. Moving on, let's see how many matches do we actually have left. We've got the round 2 and round 2 and losers, and round 3 up there. And then we do have to see how the losers brackets and the grand finals actually shake up here, or shake out, shake down. How they shake around the 100 card singleton situation that's currently happening. Fantastic. Yeah, this client bug is actually fucking hilarious. That's actually fucking hilarious. A little frustrating for the stream. Thank you all for those of you who have been staying by this, despite all of our issues, to just kind of hang out with the chat and see what's going on here. Yeah, let's take a look at those deck lists again, though, I think, just to refresh ourselves on what's actually happening there. I'm going to make this audio continue on for a minute here. Let's see. We have not actually spied on the deck list of thus far. So we have looked at Grave Trail, we looked at Hobbitses, we looked at Rogio, we looked at Cricket. I don't know if we have stopped by Small Penguin's decks yet, and they are currently going to be up against the winner of the Hobbitses versus Rogio game that's currently occurring. So let's take a look at that and see what they've been brewing for this event. First deck here, we are looking at some of the classics that I think have now emerged as cards that you want to have in your deck for this kind of format, which are Teemo, Zoe, and Akshan for sure. Jax is making a reappearance here. Zillion, I don't think we have seen yet in a game, but the predict value seems like it would be quite useful. You are certainly less likely to be able to find your time bombs. We're not distributing over 40, we're distributing over 100. But still a nice generator of something, at least. LeBlanc and Ziggs offering some just damage. Evelyn is here. Is there, actually, now we have to check, is there a Siren Song? There is a Siren Song. There will be some Husk synergies potentially happening there. Nar and Gwen are here. Nidalee, there's the Nidalee. There is the Nidalee. Issues live with the Riot client. Thank you for the reiteration of that. I still feel bad though. I still feel bad. but I think we're getting at least some interesting stuff to think about for something like this as well. Nidalee has finally made it into a list, I think. There might have been Nidalee in previous lists, but now that we're kind of fine-tooth combing through some stuff, there she is. There's more of that ambush synergy. Alright, let's see here. Victor's also here getting some keywords. Swindler's Den has been a card that I don't think we have seen yet in the landmark sections for any of these decks. Taking a risk with the Swindler's Den for Small Penguin. I was playing with this card earlier on a stream this week, and it was a Morning Shot Catalyst burn scenario. This is kind of a fun card. It gives you a lot of just deck value, which makes sense. There are definitely times where I think it could spin out of control. I'm imagining in a scenario where you have, say, Swindler's Den and Avatar of the Tides, you would deck yourself, or you could potentially deck yourself, which is just kind of fucking hilarious. It's kind of hilarious. Otherwise, we have, I think, what we have seen of pretty just good units that are just useful to have in general. There's some newer cards here, like the Halenatus and the Avenging Vastaya going on. Thrumming Swarm is a funny card. I'm wondering if anybody has run Snapvine. I don't think anybody has run Snapvine, but it would be funny to see a Snapvine for sure. Fantastic, easy way to get around the one-of conditions. And Snapvine themselves, I mean, it's a pretty decent stat line. It's not the most fantastic stat line for sure. One champion strength in this deck, that seems to be making a lot of appearances. I'm actually surprised at the frequency at which people are able to pull their champion strengths, which is kind of funny, though mostly we've seen Cricket do it. So, Cricket has the golden touch with the champion strength potentially. First fireworks sale today. Customer wants this for $200 pack. Decides to get the $800 one instead. And we sold the 8-foot tall firework. Sky, welcome back to the chat, by the way. And that sounds like the most American 4th of July thing ever. Congratulations on making an $800 sale and quadrupling the profit that you would have made before. Fantastic. So that's one of Small Penguin's decks here. I kind of feel like Swindler's Den is just like the the craziest inclusion here for sure. Banking on some of the new ambush cards also working out at the moment. Okay. Moving on here to another deck from Small Penguin. We're taking a deep dive now because we're still waiting for some matches to begin and for my spectate to work, so I think this will just be what we're doing in between those times when we can hopefully pop into somebody in the Discord. This is a lot of small burn people. Annie, Kennen, Zoe to an extent. We've got Akshan and Nora to produce a lot of value, Elise making the spiders. This one feels like a lot of punching is going to happen. Rutena Wrench is a card that I have low-key forgotten is in the game, but is certainly here in this deck. 2 mana, 0/0, but does provide impact. When I'm discarded, equip me to a random unequipped ally. Just kind of refuse to go away. I like that it does go on to a random ally when you discard it. I think that's just kind of a fun mechanic for discard decks. Another Swindler's Den here, actually. Really leaning into that card as a useful tool in a 100 singleton situations. Yeah, this one feels punchy. Also, there's a lot of discard, and I'm curious how that's going to work, or how well that has been working in a singleton scenario. I would personally be afraid of being able discarding and not being able to find more resources. But to be fair, you can cycle things like a lost soul, so that it's not really a loss, but it is so much as just a exchange of value. One Harrowing, we have seen that card before for sure. No actual champion strength in this one, just kind of relying on stats and bodies, kind of as they do on their own. Running a little bit of burn, Mystic Shot, Pokey Sticks, Get Excited, Fervor. The Blowback is a fun newer card that I think we have seen a little bit of Though that's actually, I don't remember, have we seen this before? I think that might actually be new. I think I'm thinking of a ranked game that I was playing where I saw Blowback and I was like, huh, forgot that was a card. But that's the newer stuff for you. Moving on to our next deck here from Small Penguin, and keeping an eye on the matches. Looks like we are still waiting. Last deck from Small Penguin, let's take a look. This one has a lot more Targon for sure. Has some, like, pretty classic cards, and then some pretty exciting ones that I would not. I'm impressed that somebody's actually trying to run them. There's a Tryndamere and a Soul in here, as well as a Targon's Peak to just really meme hard. Gotta love that. Acorn is pretty good. I think that might actually be the first Acorn that I've noticed so far, which surprises me a little bit. But with things like a Soul and a Skies Descend in here, that makes sense. That makes sense. If someone is able to cast the Skies Descend, I shall be impressed. Flashbomb Peddler also making an appearance here, potentially controlling the opponent's board a little bit. This has a lot of dragons. It also has She Who Wanders and Cythria, Lady of Clouds, as long as the Infinite Mind Splitter and Khadregren the Infernal. Really rolling the dice on dragons, which I fucking have to appreciate for this player. And then just a lot of Burn, Demacia, useful cards there. But really, Aurelion Soul and Targon's Peak are for sure, I think, standing out for me in this deck list. Really ballsy plays to include in Aurelion Soul. I actually was wondering if people would be willing to run higher costs, how much they would be. I think the 17 of the 7+ is the highest that we've had so far. Also, Small Penguin up in the chat, everyone is banning this deck and you don't know why. I personally think it's just because it has things like that can cheat out cards. Targon's Peak is a funny one though, because it could also cheat out something powerful for your opponent. But I think they're just afraid of like all of the like cards that don't typically get run but do actually a lot of stuff. Like Eclipse Dragon at the Stairs, and Spectral Matron, and Infinite Mind Splitter, like they do a lot of stuff. Cythria does a lot. I think we were just looking at some of your other decks as well. I personally would be more afraid of that popping off as opposed to something like this, where there's like a lot of consistent value. I think it's the fear of consistent value over the fear of what the fuck actually I'll have 0 counters fear, you know? Like there are things that can get pinged down and there are things that cannot get pinged down, like a Tryndamere. And perhaps that is the concern, because we have seen a lot of small aggro-ier units, so I think that perhaps the postulation is if somebody cannot survive to the point where or if somebody can not kill you before you get to the point where you're casting something like Catalyst of Eons and ramping, maybe they're just afraid of that. But yeah, you hopped in at a good time. We were looking at your decks just as you walked in. I think we are still waiting a little bit, so let's take a look at somebody else's decks as well that we have not explored yet. I think we haven't stopped by Trust, actually. Let's check out the brackets again. Yeah, Trust also in the losers bracket here up against Cricket. So let's take a look at that, because we'll probably be spectating them along with Cricket onto this next match. So oops, okay, that's fine. That doesn't, new tab, it's okay. Yeah, this one is running very few of that 7+ mana point here. Zoenoria Felios actually foregoing a lot of the cheaper champions that could be run. There is a Nidalee here, there's a Set and a Senna and a Heimerdinger, which I think are some more unique inclusions as well. So waiting here from your opponent, but about 10 might get in eventually. Alright, reach out to a moderator if you have not heard yet. Thank you for the update as well. I have a ping here from something, but it's from a different server, so I'm going to fucking ignore that. I only care about my own event right now. Thank you, Discord. So yeah, we're looking currently at Trust's situation here. There are things like Deck Hunter, so still popping in some of those newer inclusions. Generous Gemcrafter is a memey fucking play if it is able to hit the board on 3, as you would preferably like it to do, even if you aren't running a singleton situation. Let's see, Smooth Mixologist offering some value. Lord Broadmane and the Spirit of Wuju, some interesting choices. Another BB popping up out of this deck list. Broadmane though, pretty dangerous. Let's see how many. Are there a lot of pings? There are definitely a lot of pings. Face Check is a new card, of course. I haven't actually seen anyone cast that one yet, which is interesting. Pytos is here, Advanced Intel is here, useful cards. Iterative Improvement for Duplication, we've already seen that cast, I believe, once or twice. Pirouette, doing a lot, potentially. Scavenge Camo Cloaker still, we've already seen that. Or Elusive Generation, doing a lot of damage. Celestial Wonder, some more stuns. We've got, I think we've seen most people with Targon running Sunburst, if not every player with a Targon running Sunburst. One Vengeance as well. Glorious Evolution getting risked in this list, which is fun, I think, with this kind of deck. I mean, it's just fun in general, to be fair. I think it's great and fun. But Glorious Evolution, exciting to see. Yeah, that's the most expensive card in this whole list. Interesting. Moving along to their next deck as well. We have here, oh, well, I can immediately see a lot of Demacia. Well, I can see a lot of Demacia, and I can see a lot of bigger targets, actually. Much more mid-range heavy, and not very many, as many one-drops. If foregoing the one-drop champions entirely in favor of things like Jax, all the way up to Ornn, relying on equipment, and there are indeed 8 equipments in this deck, including a Bone Club for some punching. Top of this, we've got Rot Colossus, we've got Revna, we've got Champion Strength, we've got War Mothers, we've got Battle Fury, we have Furious Wielder for some of those equipped things, and a lot of reliance, it looks like, on potentially trying to get Jax and Ornn to do stuff in amidst just having other good cards. Captain Araka making another appearance. Captain Indari is a fun card that just doesn't really show up very much. It's fun, but it's also 6, and it's also Improvised Forge, which is just doesn't feel as strong right now. I feel like Forge has always been in kind of an interesting place. Jax had his moments. Ornn had a couple of decks that were pretty decent, but has never really dominated the meta as much as other things have. Altar of Unity also, I think, a call out here, as well as Mistfall for that equipped effects. This is like an equipment deck. This is a 100 card equipment deck, which is kind of interesting there. Let's see here, moving on to the next one and the final one from Trust. Let's take a look. Oh, there's so much Shurima. There's 100 Shurima cards. Oh my god, it's 100 Shurima cards. The region is really getting an opportunity to shine here, I have to say. That is also a ballsy choice here. I mean, what is there to say? It's just fucking Shurima all the way down, literally. Even running things like Sanctum Conservator and the Sandstone Chimera with the Big Game Tycoon, which is Shurima, and Towering Pyrophant, to potentially produce a lot of scary things with something like Big Game Tycoon, which will, of course, double that to be a 12-10. Just on the board with Overwhelm at burst speed. Rune Runner, good old classic Darius card. Not so many, I was about to say not so many landmarks, but I need to scroll up a little bit. Not so many equipment, it looks like, and instead a bunch of landmarks. Throwback, shout out to our landmark only deck building condition from a previous tournament there. Yeah, running the predicts that you can, and just so much yellow. It's just such a golden deck here. Bristlehog, also one of the new cards, also Shurima. But a lot of it, yeah, we've already seen. Is there a Secret Keeper? Oh, you bet there's a fucking Secret Keeper in here. Dedications to the Sands, absolutely. The Emperor has returned. Offering the opportunity to run Nidalee too, so here's another Nidalee situation kind of happening here. Yeah, Trust really being pretty incredible as a singleton player. It's just like, nope, screw it. screw it. We're not doing Shadow Isles. We're not doing any of the other regions. We are finding our value in the sands of Shurima. What a deck list to look at there. I'm gonna check up on the brackets again to see if anybody has moved forward here. And see how that's currently doing. Looks like it is Rogio versus Small Penguin, and then Cricket, I believe you are waiting for Trust here. Ash and Grave Trail look like they are still currently duking it out, which means we are actually on the last match before we figure out who is going to the grand finals, or those matches where we figure out what the grand finals are going to shape up to be, which is pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting, actually. All right, we've got some more bands coming in right now. So it looks like we are gonna be kicking off some more games. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this up for a second here and just kind of admire it some more. Yeah, there's actually a surprising number of new cards. For some reason, this is surprising to me how many new cards there are in Shurima. I was just like, wow, there's a bunch. There's a bunch. I just kind of didn't pay attention because I was like, the ambush. It's an Italy thing. Italy is Shurima. Don't know what I was expecting. Used to be a completely different biome up in there. But yeah, I think that's, those are covering more of the decks that we haven't looked at yet so far. How have we not looked at? It's that hat guy. That's that Ash guy, sorry. Who has an icon of a hat, so I keep getting them confused. Also has some decks that I think we haven't really looked at yet. So let's bring those up now as we continue to chill as the client. Is the client still looking for people? I don't think the client is still looking for people. But I'm going to try and spectate desperately as usual as I bring up that Ash guy's decks, who's currently in a game, but we cannot view them at the moment. Let's see here. We are looking at some punchy damage again. This is similar, I think, to another deck that we saw that had also a Darius and other cards like Gangplank in it before. We've got a Catalyst as well, which I think might be the first Catalyst we've seen. So banking on potentially finding that to really make everything much more powerful. There's another Blowback, so we have seen that multiple times by now. Battle Fury in here to make something strong. And okay, there's a couple of callouts here definitely at the top end. There is not only a Leviathan and a Siren and a Farad and a Riptide Rax and a Dreadway, there's actually Karina Veraza, which would look at the top 5 and deal 1 to enemies and the enemy nice to respell you've obliterated, which is an interesting gamble with the distribution of a deck like this. I think there's 41 units, 39 spells, 18 champions, and a couple of landmarks and equipments. So the Karina Veraza hitting all of the spells, or hitting enough spells, is an interesting challenge, I think. Also a pretty ballsy move putting it in, though, I think. That's pretty cool to see that come up at the moment. So this looks like an interesting deck. We've definitely seen a bunch of Gwen so far. Gwen seems like to be a pretty solid pick, which I think makes sense. It's a Gwen. It's going to give you that drain and that damage and that quick attack, like regardless of you know, when and how the board state is happening. Let's move on to another deck of that Ash guy again. See what else they might be running up in here. We are looking at now just another pile. This is a deck that I was actually interested in when I was briefly reviewing things. There's only 3 spells in here, and there's only 1 concurrent timelines, which of course concurrent timelines, I mean, it's a singleton format, so you only can run 1, but relying so heavily on the concurrent to either hit or to be found, and only having Deep Meditation and Rejuvenating Breeze is a pretty bold choice, I think. There are so many units your opponent draws, so waiting for some extra time for yours. All right, Cricket, thank you for letting me know. Well, I'm just going to continue reviewing the deck list for now in that case. Yeah, we'll get more games up eventually. Thank you to everyone who is hanging out in the stream and kind of exploring at least the deck lists for now, even if we cannot see them. There's Fizz, there's a Zoe, we've seen those before for sure. Just look at the units, because there's, considering there's just like literally so many of them. Mage Seeker Jr. is that Trinisphere card that is new to the game, and it's in here in fact. So that's an interesting synergy. Mage Seeker Jr. not really disabling any of the spells on this deck other than concurrent timelines. Oh, not disabling, but hampering their mana costs. However, there are so many decks in this format where people are running very small, inexpensive burn and damage and removal, that this is kind of an exciting thing to see. I'm curious if the Mage Seeker Jr. has seen a lot of play, or if that Ash guy has been able to find Mage Seeker Jr. frequently, because that's kind of an exciting inclusion. Definitely playing on the choices here for sure, which is interesting. Get that Aloof Travelers, already commented before that one Aloof Travelers versus your opponent could be really painful here. Banana Blaster, Ranger Knight Defector. I forget if we've seen that before, but I mean, with the equipment here, which is, I think, one of each, could be pretty strong. Running the Fangs, which is certainly less played. 4 mana 2/2 with that Invoke, with that Lifesteal. Still obviously going to be able to support a little bit there. And also one of my favorite cards, because all the Celestial cards are fucking beautiful. Glacial Saurian, a new one. Always fun to run for those buffs. We do have to look at all of this somewhat through the lens of concurrent timelines, but I'm also going to take them at like face value. For instance, there's Curious Shellfolk, which is going to be funny if that's ever seen. Because let's see, what cards might be manifesting? I mean, there's Fan Club President, and the Fangs and things like that. Also, Combat Cook and stuff. So the Curious Shellfolk could get some value if the concurrent timelines, of course, doesn't override it, or things like that. Though, of course, you can control what the concurrent timeline's going to transform first every turn. Copy of the Law Keeper included in here. That 2/7 weird-looking thing at 6 mana could be interesting with things like Revna and things like the Glacial Saurian for sure. Sheriff Lariat Rose. I remember this card very well because I remember regretting not taking it once in Expeditions, so this is always a surprisingly valuable card. And like, all enemies vulnerable for a round is a 7/6. Like, there are other cards that will deal more damage for sure around this point, but if you're in a weird or a slightly janky format, Lariat Rose is still going to do a lot of work. There is one copy of Zolani the Bloodweaver, again, one of our favorites from the current meta, for sure. Riptide Rest, Minna Swiftfoot, and Cythria, Lady of Clouds, which we've seen a few times before. Gotta appreciate the Cythria inclusions and that doubling of the stats, potentially. Last deck from that Ash guy, let's take a look here as well and see what that's all about. I am not a robot! I'm not a robot! Let me in! I'm just a streamer who's trying to get honor cards to work. I promise I'm not spamming anybody. Riot's probably like, what the fuck is going on over there in that little corner of our server? And it's called Chaos. It's called Chaos is what's happening. So once again, running very few units. Is that 3-cost card in here again? Looks like no. I'm looking for the Trinisphere, and I don't actually see it. So again, just risking very few cards. Running Concurrent, running Deep Meditation, running Rejuvenating Breeze. And this one includes Avalanche for some removal, which I think seems like a pretty sensible removal card to run. You can, worst case scenario, play it on, what, 2 or 3? Which is pretty nice. There's a Victor in here, all hail. This looks like another kind of equipment situation. Blighted Ravine included, though, so again, focusing a little bit on just the Freljord side of removal. We have some supporty stuff. We have cards we've seen before. We've got Banal City Mayor again, which has popped up. Innovative Blacksmith, one of the newer cards with that heal coming out. I lost horribly to a deck that had an Innovative Blacksmith in it in ranked, so shout out to that player as well. Shadowblade Fanatic, going to be able to make a Shadow Fiend and use that equip synergy as well. Wily Newtfish, which I always love saying and looking at because it's fucking adorable. Could always get some good draw and value going there. You've got another new card in the Scrutinizing Sergeant, which will look for 3 or less, which should find the concurrent timeline. So there's also a hunt for that. Though I'm wondering how well that's going to be able to find the concurrent, because it's not guaranteed that it's going to be anywhere near the top 5 cards of the deck. But still a 3/3, still kind of expensive though for that. Resplendent Silicorn, one of the interesting cards that technically does things, but you're never going to see in regular standard. Cresser's Lionhawk has made a couple of appearances before as well. Manifested Demacian Spell, pretty strong. Banking on Riptide Rex again, even though these decks are not the burniest decks ever. But there is a decent amount of elusive, so the Plunder effect may actually proc as well. So, gotta say, this is really impressive for the sheer few number of spells that are happening, with the exception of that first deck, which has quite a lot of them, to boost something like Karina Varaza, which again is a pretty unique, I think, way of doing that. So let's check out the brackets again. I'm just gonna refresh these every few minutes to check them out, and see who and what is up next. Ashguy and Grave Trail still in their matches, and then we're waiting for the results from Small Penguin and ABG Rogio. We did just spend some time looking at Small Penguin's decks, and we looked briefly at ABG Rogio's. So maybe we'll just bring Rogio up again and see if we miss anything particularly noteworthy about those, I would say. I have the Shurima deck still up just because I'm still admiring it. we can close the Shurima deck though, I think. Still a fucking incredible decision. So we're gonna look quickly at, I believe it was Rogio again, to see if we miss anything particularly exciting there. So this first one we've got, let's see, briefly looking at it, we're seeing a lot of things that we have seen before for sure. This is the Victor Nasus synergies. Harrowing and Buried in Ice and Song Spinner, we've seen before, but are also just kind of fun cards to look at. There's that Aloof Travelers with the Submersible. I do remember looking over this one for sure. One Ravenous Flock, just hanging out. I spent time the other day playing Standard for the first time in a while, but I kept forgetting what cards were dropped. And I knew Ravenous Flock was Eternal, but other cards, wow, just like, wait, that isn't in Standard anymore? What the hell? This is the second This is the second deck here, with the Vigar, with the Victor Nasus. Some more equipment in this one, I think, at least in comparison. Yeah, in comparison, there's a lot more equipment in this one, potentially for some extra darkened procs. Still running that Buried, still running that Harrowing. And of the units, got a Vistayan Disciple, got Gust Monk, of all things, which still provides a buff, to be fair, so that's not bad. There's that Knuckle I was commenting on, and Captain Farron to make some Decimates. My absolute favorite card. Though, to be fair, I have considerably lowered my hatred for things like Captain Farron. Now it's just kind of like, ah yes, Captain Farron is... Decimate is fine, honestly. Run a Decimate if you must. I can take it! Yeah, there's that Kimpon Pickpocket that we were talking about before. Victor Nasus still in here at the top. Fewer weapons in this one. There's the counter spells, deny and right of negation. This is actually I was commenting on this as in like, oh, people are running counter spells. Not a lot of people are running counter spells though. But I guess that also makes sense. Like, it's either you gamble on your opponent is going to cast something that you want to counter, or you include the counter spells, you draw your counter spells, but then your opponent doesn't really do very much that you want to actually interfere with. So you have a dead card in your hand, and considering that you want to draw value as soon as possible, that could just be bloat. That could end up just bloating your deck with things that don't actually pay out as much as they would normally in a more consistent format. I think Ransom Riches potentially is a call out here, just to find a follower that you can afford. Adds a little bit more RNG, and could also pull out some fancy stuff for sure. All right. Looks like they are still in their 1v1s. That Ash guy and let's see, Grave Trail. If it moves on there, we'll be moving on to the grand finals for sure, which is kind of exciting. I'm gonna ping the Discord real quick to see if we can't get more people potentially sharing their screens here. Shout out to Cricket though for being an excellent sport in all of this and hanging around in the chat and in the Discord so that we can spy on them. We are having issues with the Riot client. Joys. Okay. Right, there we go. Whew, yeah. Thank you everybody who is participating. I hope the Singleton has been fun as well for our players. I know that the deck building challenges were kind of steep. Finding 100 cards is not as easy unless you're Trust, and then you just throw in 100 Shurima cards and you're done. But it's not the easiest deck building condition for sure. It is a bit of a time investment, and I personally found it challenging but interesting to follow through lines with that many cards. There are games like Magic where Highlander and Commander have, I think, more obvious paths to victory. You know, you cast your fish and then boom, you're drawing cards, you're getting value. You have a certain number of cards that produce mana. You can pull in a commander. You have ways of hunting through your entire deck to put a card into your hand. We did remove things like Time Trick that can kind of do that, just because there are so fewer tools in Runeterra that can tutor. Yeah, I hope it's been interesting so far. I've had a great time, certainly looking at the lists. The Goblin in me is quite pleased with the number of crazy decks that have currently emerged. So there's that. If we do Singleton again, we might do fewer cards. I think the mods and I need to do some testing on the back end to see when does the client really do its biggest freak out. Because obviously if they were able to run a free build tournament in the oops, looks like they might have finished their match. All right, so one of the brackets may have moved forward. If we do this again, we'll probably have to do some back-end testing to figure out when and where exactly that breaking point is for spectating a friend challenge with Singleton and multiple champions above the regular 6. So that'll be a one to figure out. Perhaps 80 though, or even like 60 cards, this regular size of Magic, or even a fat Yu-Gi-Oh deck would be. Maybe that would be a little more feasible. But I saw that you could build 100, so I wanted 100. And we had people vote, and 100 card Singleton beat out a mana limited or mana cost limited format. Then we'll probably be bringing back the mana cost limited format because a couple of people did say that they would prefer that, or it was like their favorite thing. So if it's their favorite thing, we gotta do it eventually. Okie dokie. Let's see here. Wonder what the outcome of that game was that we were kind of low-key spying on. Ooh, Grave Trail taking the win there versus that Ash guy. Moving on to Grand Finals. We have our first confirmed player up in Grand Finals. And it looks like we are still waiting for that Small Penguin versus Rogio match results. Once those are in, we will of course be able to check out Cricket's match, and then hopefully we'll have somebody to spectate for that round 4 losers. This sort of has some back-end dev stressed out somewhere. Yeah, I think that we have certainly pushed the limits of what everyone is capable of doing. The players for deck building, Runeterra.ir for displaying decks, Runeterra for literally just watching people play the game, and everyone's brain as we figure out how to troubleshoot all of this. But thanks to everyone who's still sticking with it. I'm definitely going to have some interesting tweets after this event has finished. Has the LOR devs trying to dox LZs for making them work overtime for the next 3 years? Small indie company and all that? Very small, a small indie company. I'm going to try and spectate again as usual, even though this probably will not work at the moment. There's a question about the losers bracket, and I'm going to elucidate it here as well, just so you all know how that works, in case you're curious about losers bracket. So for a double elimination tournament, basically if you lose in the winners bracket or in your first match, you go to the losers bracket. People who continue on through losers bracket eventually end up back in grand final. Whoever goes up against Grave Trail here, if they came from losers bracket and Grave Trail wins, Grave Trail will take the event. If the person from losers bracket basically resets the bracket and wins versus Grave Trail, we have one more best of 3 with Grave Trail versus that person, and the winner of that will take the tournament. So it will depend on the placement of the player in losers bracket and also the outcome of that first grand finals match. Last time we had a pretty wild bracket reset, with Void finally taking the win with a pretty hard-fought victory. Also, Raya, thank you for the follow. I just saw that in my Twitch feed. We do have notifications off so that we can have a clean recording of the tournament afterwards. But I appreciate the stream support while you're popping in here. That is fantastic. Yeah, just waiting for that last result. But it's pretty exciting. We're closing in on our final winners. And once again, I think everyone here probably knows the deal, but we do have a $150 prize pool to offer to our 3 top finishers. So that's exciting. It's always exciting to run the tournament. And again, we're sending some of Flufferton's family off to whoever wins first place. I will say that I have gotten photos from everyone who has gotten a Poro so far, and that really brings me a lot of joy. It's just so fun to see the photos. If you've sent me a photo of your Poro from a previous tournament that you've won, or if you've just gotten a Poro from me in general, we did give a Poro to second place on our first tournament because they ended up staying up until like 6 in the morning to participate, and also did a bracket reset. If you have sent me a photo of a Poro, thank you so much. I hope you are enjoying them. These are honestly some of the best community events for me to run. I feel great about them. Yeah, anyway, back to me tweeting some interesting stuff after this event is over. There's gonna be a lot of just like, excuse me, why can I not do the thing that I wish to do? Also, yes, somebody has already answered the question in the Discord about the brackets as well. Fantastic, fantastic. Yes. Will it be the ABG Gamer, or will it be Small Penguin to take the next round in the losers bracket up against Cricket here? Grave Trail kind of chilling for a little bit, depending on how these next matches go at the moment. Yeah, I think our next goals for this event should just be how many devs can we make sweat every single time? Can we make them sweat every single time we decide to run a Poro tournament? There's a guy who does videos in Path of Exile, and sometimes he will break the servers and the devs know about him. So if I can reach that level of infamy with Legends of Runeterra, because I'm trying to make the game do things that it's not meant to do, that would be fantastic. The ASOL deck definitely didn't work. Oh no! Oh no. Was it just too top heavy to really pan out? I was really interested in that one to see if that would actually that would actually be able to pull out some kind of nuke at the end. But I take it you are, I take it you are potentially finished with your match since you are here. Welcome back though. Appreciate it. Yeah, Rogio moving up against Cricket here. So it looks like we are now sorting out the tail end of Loser's Bracket. Small Penguin, I really do admire you having that as a deck that you've built though. It's good fucking shit. Targon's Peak is good shit for a meme tournament like this for sure. Yes. Somebody's asking if they can still win the Poro. Yeah, you can still technically win the Poro. Yes, that is possible. Pretty new to Runeterra. What means 100 card free build? Raya, thank you for the excellent question. We're waiting for some matches, so I'll take time to answer that question now. So Riot, the game client has an option called free build. So if you go into your decks, I'm just gonna pick a random one here. If you go into your decks, you can select an option that says special rules, and then you can go to free build. And this is a special deck building condition where you can have minimum 10, maximum 100, up to 20 champs in any combination of regions that you want. You can put in all 10 regions and Runeterra champions, and it will be a legal free build deck. We are requiring that people run 100 cards, because that's what we thought would be entertaining as a singleton format, and also mirrors Highlander and Commander and Magic the Gathering as a format, as well as other card games that have more variety in their deck building. So we thought that would be entertaining as well. But basically it's just a special type of deck in Runeterra. There have been free build tournaments through the Gauntlet that have happened already, but we're unique in that we are doing 100 cards, whereas their free build gauntlets were basically just the base rules, so you could run a minimum of 10, which led to a lot of, I think, pretty consistent decks popping out. 100 cards means that you really cannot be that consistent with your building. It's actually really hard, or at least it is harder to get super great consistency with that many cards in your deck. So yeah, that's the status of that. Thank you for asking. We over here run what we call the Poro Cup series tournaments, and this is just the newest crazy piece of shit in amidst a bunch of crazy shit that the game already does. We gotta embrace the RNG a little bit sometimes. I know you didn't want to use the maximum 80 card overlap. Oh yeah, thank you for thinking of that also. The 80 card overlap, we thought that was a good minimum, but obviously there's chances to change that around. You built a full aggro and a full control. That's honestly pretty dope, actually. See, there was somebody else who I think also really played with the types of decks that they brought. There were definitely some piles of just like, this is a good card, so I'm going to put it in there. It's pretty consistent. But you and another player also really played with how many control elements, how many units, how many spells can I actually push the limits of here. The one you just threw a bunch of cards in there. I mean, that if it works, it works. Personally, when I was thinking about how I would build a 100 card deck, it was interesting to see how people staggered or adjusted the costs of their cards. I mean, your deck with Targon had, I think, the most 7+ cost units of anybody who walked into this tournament, which is a gamble, because some games that we've seen have been going on to round like 8 or 10 or so. So there is opportunity to cast those cards, for sure. It's just how easily can you guarantee that you'll live that long, which is difficult. It sounds like the bigger decks, at least in your case, might have struggled a bit more, which is, I think, just another reason that we should definitely do a tournament where everyone has to run cards above a certain cost, and see where that goes. I think that might be our next tournament. Everybody has to run 5+ costs and above. Yeah, it's that Ash guy also answering the question. Normally, game is 40 cards with a maximum of 6 in 2 regions. Free build 100 is 100 cards, which is a requirement that we're imposing, not a game requirement. In any regions and up to 20 champions. Plus the Runeterra regions as well, because those count for free build. It'd be kind of weird if they knocked them out randomly, but no, they also work. Let's see here. Looks like Cricket might be jumping into a match again, which means we can bring up a spectate in a little bit, which will be great. If anybody in the chat right now is also participating, please feel free to hop into the Tourney Watch channel and share your screen if you can. And that way I'll also be able to bring up your match. But right now we've been following Cricket around for a while. Rogio denied your Age of Dragons? I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Rogio was also, I think, one of the few people who actually ran counter spells. Because I was like, wow. I was like, it was one of the first decks I brought up. So I was like, oh yeah, people running counter spells. That kind of makes sense. But you unfortunately ran into, I think, one of the few people with denies and rights of negation. So that is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Still remembering that Citrus Courier play from the game that we saw earlier today, considering that's pretty, it's a pretty funny turnaround. I don't think it turned around the match, if I'm remembering correctly, but was still a pretty funny thing to see come down. All right. Still waiting for Cricket here. Let's check it out. Still big chillin' for a hot minute. Still big chillin'. I have a couple of matches to go until we determine the grand finals and the results of that. Exciting. But yeah, looks like, so I was talking at the top of the stream of how many of the newer cards are people actually running. It seems like people are running a few of the ambushes. Yeah, big shout out to Cricket as well. I imagine building a 100-card deck isn't easy. Struggle with building your deck. It is not easy. No, it's not easy. Like, it's easy to put in 100 cards, but it's not easy to see how the 100 cards are going to interact with each other. It's something that we expect to be difficult, and a little bit time-consuming as well, because the one time I tried to building a 100-card deck for the Gauntlet, which immediately got destroyed by all the 10-card decks, it was hard to figure out, do I balance for the mana distribution, do I balance for the like a particular cards that I'm looking for in here, and all of that. So it's an interesting one. Yeah, big shout out to Cricket as well. I was talking briefly about the new cards. I am not surprised to see many of the new ones. I think Big Game Poacher, the Poacher Shurima card has made appearances a few times, which kind of makes sense. It will manifest something big and new, which is exciting. Pyrophant made one appearance. Nidalee has made several though, which I think also makes sense because Nidalee seems by herself to be like relatively strong, and having her as a quick attack that you can just kind of pop out at somebody seems pretty valuable. I don't think we've seen any Nikos at all. I had the thought of, well, I guess you can get more subtypes with Singleton in a Nico deck, or for the Nico level up, but I don't think we've seen any Nikos whatsoever. I think she just gotten completely axed. As for the Poro King, there have been no Poro Kings. Also understandable considering Poros are kind of difficult to pilot when you have such a big pile. Tournament went through. Yeah, Scorpy. We actually got 8 people signed up. We had 8 people to start this tournament off with. So we hit that critical mass and we went forward. You're hopping in towards the end here with a few matches remaining to go. before we finally end up with the grand finals. So looks like Cricket is working out the bands as well. So we'll soon be able to hop in onto the only game currently happening, which is Cricket versus ABG Rogio, which will be hopefully interesting. Well, not hopefully interesting. Will be an exciting time, and it'll be interesting to see who ends up on that last losers bracket versus that Ash guy as well. All right. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Yeah, thanks to everybody who registered. I am very pleased that we did hit that, that we did have enough people to run this event today. Which means I get to hand out prizes and cast and stream and have a bunch of fun watching what crazy shit happened. You almost put Poro King in one of your decks? Oh, fuck yeah. That would have been entertaining. Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect to see Poro King. I thought of Nidalee. I was like, okay, Nidalee is a quick attack unit. Here we go. I thought about Nico, because I was like, sometimes you might get them. I didn't think about Poro King, but it would have been pretty Chad if somebody had brought Poro King. That would have been pretty great. Yeah, this is also an interesting situation where the bans are taking also a while, which is not a criticism. Is not a criticism. But the deck lists are long. I'm taking like 5 minutes to talk about each deck list, and our opponents have to look at 3 of them and ban according to their matchup. So kudos to our opponents for also we're making the brain crunch on a Sunday. Thank you for experiencing the brain crunch. You were hoping for a reschedule and you didn't even know it was going on? Oh shit. Yeah, the rescheduling, I wanted a critical mass of 8, so we hit that 8, despite everything. We'll be hosting more, of course. And also, Rosemary, I'm sorry you didn't know. Announcements do go up on the Twitter, on the Discord, and usually on my Twitch schedule as well. I usually also talk about them on the open of our streams, of course. Just so that people who watch can know about them as well. So yeah, the next one should be certainly announced in the same places. There will be more announcements as I spam the announcements channel in my server, as well as in the stream and on the schedule and on the Twitters. Though I do not blame you if you didn't see anything on the Twitter because of all of the limits that have been going on, by the way. Shout out to Twitter for doing some more crazy bullshit. That is unfortunately where I talk to the most or have interacted with a lot of people in the Runeterra community. So kind of sucks to see that disappear a little bit, or at least and certainly not be as effective as a tool for communication as it used to be. It's slightly catastrophic for some folks, to be honest. Less catastrophic for me because I've hated it and never super got into it. But still annoying. It's still annoying. Okay. Looks like there is some deck stuff being figured out as we speak before the next time. And on Reddit. Thank you, Kitten! And on Reddit. We do also post and advertise on the Reddit. You hound Discord, but do you like living rent-free? You go to church every Sunday? You know, that's fair. Do what you gotta fucking do. We do pick Sundays, of course, because we assume people will be available, but that is of course not as easy if church is a part of your life. I'm also a very different time zone depending on where you are, which makes it easier for people who are online in the evening on different time zones rather than in the morning on a Sunday, which to be fair lines up pretty well. Let's see. Looks like we might need to change here. Okay, to change. That's fine. Okay. Looks like we're moving on. Looks like we might have missed a duplicate in one of our deck lists here. Whoops, that's definitely on us as the organizers as well to have not cut. I was like staring at the deck codes here, and didn't even process that there was two of a potential card here. So hopefully that is, I don't think that's a game-breaking difference, but apologies for not immediately nabbing that earlier. Not immediately nabbing that earlier. Yep, just accidentally 2 vile feasts. Thank you all for catching that, and apologies from us for not catching that initially. We could start a new church, a Church of the Shroom Queen. I would get fucking tax benefits, so I mean, that's great. I'd love some tax benefits from not being required to, you know, tell the government that I'm making money by running a church. That'd be great. Just pull a John Oliver, really. It's the best option. It would be the best option. All right, we got a new deck code here from Rogio, so that's going to get overwritten for sure. All right, we should start a Stream Cream Church. Tournament was 2 p.m., which was pretty good. 2 p.m. is actually not that bad. 4-hour difference, I think, is functional. Better than the first Poro Cup when you were eliminated post 2 a.m. Oh my god, I am so sorry about that one. I'm so sorry about that one. The first tournament we held, yeah, I think that started at what, 5:30 in the evening for me, which would have been what, 9:30 for you. That sounds about right. 5 hours of play and then eliminated at 5 hours in. That does really suck. Our tournaments do go long because we do have that double elimination. We use that, of course, in the hopes that people can get more value or feel like it's less unfair, considering we always have memeier deck building conditions. But thank you to everybody who has been here for a later event and whatchamacallit, and stuck around even if it's been super fucking late or early at your time. If it's for tax benefits, you think it becomes a cult? I think it's a pretty wobbly line right there. You don't mind a cult either? Man, I guess I should just start a cult so that we can have 50 hymns for our new cult, our shroom cult. Yeah, okay. Looks like we're also still having some problems viewing the deck codes for some folks, which, okay, many learnings. First of all, we gotta work on the client, right? That's not my problem. We can always reduce the number of cards in the deck, which will help out Riot and Runeterra.ir, hopefully. And then, of course, just making sure that everybody is running a one-of. I did try to screen it initially, but I was also just kind of like counting the total. Hopefully something like Vile Feast would not have been game-breaking or a humongous shift for anybody. We did miss one thing on the last tournament as well, where there was accidentally one too many of a card. There's always one that slips through, but maybe at some point I probably could develop like an algorithm to test that, but I don't feel like writing that code, honestly. It's 1536 here. We got hymns, we got cults. We don't even really have the same tax system back then, so that's great. Absolutely no obligation to follow the rules. That's it. I'll get you all like red robes or something and like a really dark basement somewhere, and then we can light small fires and go from there, you know, that kind of thing. Looks like we're finally in our next game though, so I'm going to quiet down the regular client, and we're up with Cricket versus Rogio in a game with a beautiful, an absolutely beautiful array of champions once more. So let's go in. I'm gonna turn up this volume a little bit so that we can actually hear the thingy. We can actually hear the game like a little bit, you know? Let's see. Cricket with the champion strength in hand. Once again, I'm impressed by Cricket's ability to draw that particular card. We also see a Zoe, we see an Avori, we see a Mystic Shot. The emote game already starting out. The Zoe Not getting cast on 1, getting cast on 2, but we also got that Navori in hand for a little bit of an extra elusive boost. That's probably too loud on the volume, so we'll turn that down a little bit. Okay, there we go. Dawn Speaker is also in hand. Pretty strong pull. I myself got that off of a random, I think a Nora proc the other day, and I was like, wow, I can do so much with the Dawn Speakers. It's amazing. APG Rogio looking to cast something here, going for a static shock to kill both of ours, the opponent's units on the field there. Cricket taking that damage, taking that loss, looking at a super cool star chart. Moonglow, unfortunately, just barely too late, but finding Equinox and Crescent Strike, going for that Crescent Strike for the stun, and a little bit of board control going into whatever match is next. Zed getting top decked, which is an immediate slam. Look at that 3-2, so shiny. Gonna generate so much. Combat Kick coming down from Rogio at a pot of pain. Got that tough, got that 5-3. Zed going to run right the fuck into it, potentially. But there's always that Mystic Shot to control that a little bit. Mystics do not go face in this format, folks. Mystics go to whatever you can remove so that you can maintain that dominant board presence. Rogio debating this play. Not sure what might be in hand, but magically has a Discipline of Fortitude. Got that Twin Discipline in hand and completely shutting down the Zed. Ready to swing back with a 5-3 Combat Cook right now. Hitting for 5 damage. 2-1 Blade Squire coming in. Offers that nice little fragment. Dawn Speakers could also happen here. Aloof Travelers discarding Champion Strength most likely. So there goes that valuable card. One of those Aloof Travelers doing what I thought it would do, which is completely fuck over somebody's super powerful play, potentially. Boisterous Host coming down, offering a little bit more board presence for sure. Vastian, the 2-1, and here's a Zillion. Let's see if it finds a time bomb. Again, it's shuffling 4 into 90 or 80 plus cards right now, so it's not the usual favorable distribution. However, it will put something on the top, and Echo seeing that, Sandstorm Echo no less, seeing that and being quite interested in it. Aloof Travelers hitting into the 2-1 Boisterous. Sharpsight coming in and blocking the 1-1. Honestly, having Twin Disciplines and Sharpsight in hand is such a series of pulls. Elise as well. Parley coming out, hitting that 2-1 for some damage potentially. And also hitting the Nexus a little bit, pinging it down to 13. Elise is still going to make spiders though, and that 5-3, or the 5-3 rather, has not gone anywhere in particular. Stun potentially for Cricket, or removal after an attack, or just straight up removal happening potentially. Coming down. I see a comment in the chat that somebody thought we were already a cult, which is extremely fair. If you wish to call this a cult, I will not stop you. Big Game Tycoon has manifested a unit. Cricket at 9, Rogio at 13. Currently looks like Rogio having a little bit of an edge just because of the value of the units that are being cast right now. However, there's still plenty of time to turn it around. This amount of HP could easily do something. Navori Longtail, once again found for Cricket here. Let's see. Navori Longtail buffing the board. The 5-4, unfortunately not quite enough to trade with the 5-6 Tycoon. Shadow in the Brush coming down. Probably a little bit scary, that one. 2 units getting stunned with the 5-4 potentially going into the Spider, as well as the 3-1 pushing a little bit of damage. Avarosan Sentry, yet another very strong pull coming out for Rogio. Apparently top decking out of their mind for this one. Tatsigi, thank you for the Shroom Ghost request. We can always have the Shroom Ghost cast a little bit of this tournament, so I'll be right back. Or can I scoot? I cannot scoot with my headphones, so we're gonna take those off real briefly. And Shroom ghosted up while we watch that brush become sizably big. That's a big shadow in the brush. I feel like that's not quite a shadow in the brush as it is a cackling monster in the brush. Looking at a lot of damage, looking at lethal here. Towering Pyrophant was indeed found by the big game tycoon, and it is an 1812, which is a little bit of insanity. Rogio taking that game, of course. Big game tycoon honestly just kind of powering through everything. We're going into the next match here, of course. So let's see what's going on. I need my eye holes for this. See? Professional casting, right? Professional fucking casting. All of Rogio's decks are very similar, but it was actually hard to know which deck to ban because you had to spot the differences between the decks. Honestly, an interesting deck building tactic. Instead of having the distinct ones, it's a pile that you have to decipher. I'm gonna put these headphones back on over the Shroom Ghost costume, and I can still see, so we're doing fine. We're doing just fine, folks. Okay. Cricket finding a Genevieve Elmhart, Benetton Squire, Iron Ballista, and Crackshot Corsair. It's not a game of Runeterra if somebody at some point does not find a Crackshot Corsair on one, I think. Is it the Crackshot or is it the Penitent Squire, though? Looking at a little bit of a difference there. Penitent Squire being hovered does not behold an elite, which is honestly kind of funny because the Broadwing and the Genevieve are still both pretty strong Demacia cards. Going with the 0-3 there. Rogio with 3 mana, playing a Ballistic Bot. Not enough to really stall the tide of the Broadwing attack there. Missing on the Crackshot Corsair damage. Cricket, though, finding a Might, which is a lot of damage, potentially. Challenger on the Broadwing. Bandle Commando, making the little owl cat, of course, the freaky thing with the eyeballs that go in too many directions at once. Ignition coming out. Victor leveling in the back. My man Victor doing his best off screen for sure. The ghost can be desummoned. Thank you for saying that. I might take it off in a hot minute just because it is a little bit hot in here. But at the same time, where else are you really gonna find this casting experience? Literally fucking nowhere. So we're gonna fucking lean in. The Shroom Ghost! See a Crackshot Corsair, which is gonna deal some damage. I'm wondering if that 0-3 goes for the Ballistic Bot, or if Cricket here decides to go for the Bandle Commando, considering it will be able to just continually hit face. Finding another equip unit for Rogio there. We're gonna quickly just minimize and bring that back in case the pixelation can go away. Thank you, Discord, for your services. Going for the Bandle Commando? Ooh, hovering, trying to decide what's the best option for the Nexus HP at the moment. Going for the Bandle Commando. Honestly, I think I kind of agree with that play, considering that Elusive is currently unblockable, and there's no real removal in hand at the moment. Might being chosen to deal with that Ballistic Bot. Quickly anticipating that Rogio might block with something that just can't deal with a Might at this point. Dealing 4 damage to face. Genevieve with a Plunder unit. Still enough to potentially push some damage. Nothing on the field now benefiting from the augment effect. Only the Ballistic Bot would have done that, and it is currently dead. It's currently fucking dead. Broadwing still hanging on there. There is a toss card for Cricket available. That's Salvage, which could always bring some more value as well. Finding a Sparring Student again. Kempunk Pickpocket coming down for Rogio. That one that does hit, that does draw things. So finding some value there potentially. A very fancy Aphelios coming down, which is going to generate some value for sure. There's a lot of good options for the Aphelios, certainly. Either summoning a body or removing a unit. Looks like they're going for that Challengers, so no more removing my Bandle Commandos, according to Rogio. Or anything else, really. Or anything else. Not going for the attack, just kind of chilling. Genevieve Elmhart is pretty fantastic. Is a pretty fantastic thing to cast there. Buffing into 4-5, buffing the board, and also generating a 5-4 with Scout and some Challenger at the moment. Regio with 6 mana up. Cricket with 3, but can only cast that group shot right now, which currently just doesn't really kill anything necessarily. Regio also has enough HP to withstand the attack, though we'll be losing a couple of things to the Genevieve Elmhart, considering that she is a 5/4 right now. Aphelios looks like he might be in an unfortunate place, except there is a concussive palm to counter that challenger. Also getting a 3/2 blocker out of it, which means that the attack for Cricket is not looking as good as it just was a second ago. Going with the sparring student, going with the... Ooh, no, maybe not. Covering the group shot in order to take out the Kempunk Pickpocket, taking out the unit with the strike effect. Now the 3/3s have a little bit more leeway to go, trading a little bit more favorably. Regio has that 1/3 to block and also sacking the product of the concussive palm, choosing to go with the Aphelios instead of the 1/3 maybe? That seems like a buff. I feel like I smell some kind of counter to that. Alright, no, it's just gonna be the coral creatures maybe. Gravitum in hand for Regio. And of course that equipment, or some, I think that's the equipment. I think I might be wrong about that. 2 cards visible for Cricket here in Regio's hand, of course. Those go down from the Genevieve buff. There's a pokey stick. That is a Gravitum stunning the 5/4. It will be something to get at the next round start again as well, because it is a follower. House Spider and Shell Shock are getting tossed in the favor of a Zoe and a Misfortune, which are some pretty strong draws, considering that MF Corsair is a pretty scary scenario that will cause some chaos to Regio's HP. Thorn of the Rose generating that Guile. Crescendum coming down, making a unit here. Aphelios is almost leveled fully. Looking at that Pokey Stick potentially for some removal. Getting an Ice Veil Archer. A lot of 1 HP units on the field for Regio. I'm going to briefly take off this Room Ghost costume because we've hit the point where now I am beginning to sweat. And also my voice is starting to sound a little bit muffled, I think, in there, because my sinuses are less than chipper about that. All right, here we go. Zoe has come down here for Cricket's attack. Going with the Guile on the 1/1, not really keen on taking any damage from Elusive. Cricket, though, with the Garen up the sleeve, which is pretty powerful. Will buff, will be a big... relatively hard to deal with unit. Pinging the 5/1 there in order to get rid of something that might be able to interact with the Garen even just a little bit. Does give priority to, or pass the priority over to Regio for a hot second. Cricket once again finding Champion Strength with a much better board for something like Champion Strength at the moment. Captain Arica stealing the MF, which is going to look a little bit less ideal in the face of the 5/5 Garen. Still dealing with a couple of stunned units, though. Regio has the 3/3 and the 5/5, but Cricket has the 3/3 and the 5/5. Regio's still got a couple of blocks available. Equipping that unit onto the 5/6, and Cricket unwilling to risk the Garen there. Jinx has been found in hand, which means that there might be some entertaining interactions here with the Champion Strength if both can be cast. Sweat like my stream depends on it. I have sweat a good amount, I think. I mean, does it depend on it? Does my stream depend on my own sweat and tears and blood? I promise I don't have any of those. Looking at the rally straight up, perhaps eyeing the Jinx level if this somehow fails. Regio with the deny in hand. With the deny in hand. I think Regio has denied many people their plays at this point, if I'm remembering correctly. Deny and right, actually doing some work, actually finding those Champion Strengths, even though Champion Strength is honestly just a little bit of a rarer thing to find in 100 cards. Yet somehow it's still here. Granting, I believe that's lifesteal? That's lifesteal to the Arica with a 6-8. Going to face Rogio almost at full. Cricket now down to 11. And that Auric is going to be chilling for a hot minute. Forsaken Bakai being found here, but that Jinx will be able to ping face and also clear the spell shield out at least a little bit. Whispered Words, going to get cards for that for sure. Gravitum hitting the Zoe, not allowing more of that elusive damage, nor the value of that invoke in hand. Jinx is leveled. Jinx is doing it. 5-4 on the field with that quick attack and that rocket, which at this point will probably just be able to cycle enough that Rogio might have to worry about the number of rockets that are going to be punching him in the face. But can't be. Though Gnar coming down for Rogio, making another blocker out of the Crescendum for the Aphelios, which is leveled, by the way. It's also chillin'. Zoe is getting close to being leveled. Mage Seeker Persuader, kind of a fancy pull there. Rogio dumping hand with a Mountain Goat as well. Whispered Words getting top decked for Cricket, as well as a Screeching Dragon, which is yet another challenger unit, which could wreak a little bit of havoc. There's another lifesteal, I believe. Looking at other weapons, deciding what to pick there. Severum on the Aphelios, actually, making him a 5-5. Screeching Dragon overriding Bakai here. Just get rid of one of the smaller units. 5-5, pretty scary. Sputtering Song Spinner, also making some potentially spicy things for Rogio in this moment here. Gotta cycle through all those choices. Mage Seeker Persuader also getting that challenge and that level, or that +1/+1 because of the 6+ cost spell that has just been cast. Heavy Metal deleting a Zoe potentially right as it approaches level. I think it's 6 of 10 right now. Yordles in Arms is available, or rather it is going to get the full buff, but there's only 4 mana up, unfortunately. Looking at the Mega Death Rocket would bring ABG Rogio down to 12, but would not actually kill much except for that 2-1. It makes it a more favorable trade, however. Rogio would still be gaining HP from all of this. However, slightly more favorable. Giving Spell Shield to the Mage Seeker Persuader and looking at an Infernum cast from the Aphelios weapons there. Overwhelm as a 7-5 is pretty strong in this moment. Mage Seeker Persuader pulling that Jinx, training with the Jinx. Aphelios dealing just the 7 damage to face. It's an Overwhelm. It does have quick attack. It would have been an unfortunate sacrifice for Cricket to cast any of those. Behold the Infinite coming down as well from the Sputtering Song Spinners and an Enlightened Mana. That's pretty strong, I think. That could pop out a Scourge. It could pop out an Obliterate. It could do the Golden Sisters, it could do Immortal Fire, it could do a lot of things. Samira has also been found for Cricket, though, which provides, honestly, a little bit of value there, just because she might be able to see some spells being cast. Looks like a unit is being summoned. Oh, nope, sorry, that's the Calibrum. That is the deal 3 damage to a follower. So the 1-1 goes away. Fizz has been leveled as well. We're seeing so many champions level that we don't normally get to see all at once. A Fizz and an Aphelios on the field, and the Aphelios player has the slight advantage. What is this universe? The Traveler is getting cast for something there. We're seeing the Yordles at Arms go brrr, which seems appropriate. Of course, that Samira can get Challenger. There is that Flare in hand, so it's important to keep that in mind, that it could take something like the Arica potentially and get that unit back. The stun, the Gravitum looks like it's targeting the 7-8 with that Challenger, but that does not stop the Samira. It will stop it next turn from blocking, however, which might be all that Rogio needs depending on how this resolves. Is it the Flare? It is the Flare. We're going with the Flare. We're going with all of the other units. We're pulling the Aphelios. We are going to go smack a bunch. Goat is blocking the Garen. He does have regeneration, so this is not going to be a huge problem. Fizz is a 6-5. That is going to hit face for sure. Currently, things I believe are healthy enough that the overwhelm may not matter. That is a -2 on the Samira, so it does not trade with the Aphelios, at least positively for Cricket. It's just kind of a net. Oh, well, they're both injured now. Rogio has a gem from the goat. But nothing has Spell Shield anymore. Eminent Benefactor, potentially producing something exciting there. We'll have to see. Chum the Water is, of course, in hand from the Fizz there, and holding on to another Flare from the Samira. Going on to the next turn, Screechy Dragon is stunned. An Onlooker has been found. Gnar is going to do a little bit of damage. Infernum is going to grant Overwhelm to a target. Looks like it may be the Aphelios. It is the Aphelios, which has that quick attack as well. So that's going to be a little bit of a threat. Is there enough to block at the moment? That's a 6-2, but there is the Garen getting pulled, most likely. So the 6-2 blocked by what the Fizz is going to block. Not enough damage. The Vile Feast makes another unit. The Overwhelm might be lethal here for Rogio, I believe. The 5-2 notwithstanding. Yeah, that Garen has Vulnerable, which might be the death knell. We're looking at the 2-2 getting removed as well. And that looks like it's going to be game. Oof! The Aphelios really pulling out the game there. Full level doing a lot of fucking work. And then I believe that's 2 wins for Rogio. So I think Rogio continues on for now. And GG's to our players there. With all these new cards being created, how many cards are these players even playing? Like 120? Probably something close to that I would be willing to wager. I think it's something like 120 for sure. Because there's everything in the deck, plus everything else that they are making and creating and manifesting and so on and so forth. Yeah, we're moving on to the next match here. I think it looks like. And that would be Rogio moving on to face that Ash guy in our last losers bracket match to see who's going on to grand finals, to go check out Grave Trail, to go face up against Grave Trail there. I'm gonna try to see if we can convince the players to hop potentially into the chat as well, because that would be great. Let's do that. Okay, I'm gonna follow up on some things here, but if we could get some people to hop in, that would be great. Okay. Okay. There were so brutal. Roshi found every answer is a 100-card deck for your threats. Honestly, that was kind of brutal. Hope someone would be willing to keep hosting the spectate. Yeah, thank you for being in that channel for so long. I really appreciate that. I'm glad that we could spy on your games even while the other things were happening. Looks like we will be able to actually look at it's that hat guy right now, or that Ash guy. I'm calling you hat guy. I know it's Ash guy. I do apologize. But looks like we'll be able to spy on those games, so we will be following somebody into this last match, and then hopefully we will be able to see somebody in Grave Trail versus Grave Trail in those winners grand finals. My throat, it needs hydration. Yeah, some great games thus far. To the people who have managed to who have managed to counterspell both now Champion Strength and somebody countered Age of Dragons as well, I believe. Those were some clutch counters, I think, or at least my impression is that at least for the Champion Strengths that we saw, those are some pretty powerful top decks for sure. Finding the one card you need in a 100 card pile is for sure a powerful skill. For sure a powerful skill. All right, we are almost there for this next round, but we're currently waiting for that Ash guy and Rogio to queue up into the next one. Gotta figure out the bands and all of that. Gonna get that Poro next tournament. Thank you for coming back for the Poro. There will, of course, be more of them, and the Poros shall always be on offer. We're never going to drop the Poro thing because the Poros are adorable. Yeah, have a great one as well, Cricket, and thank you for playing. Fantastic to have you here as always. Fantastic to have all of our players here as always. I am continually impressed that we get some great folks in the community hopping into these events. You guys are amazing, and thank you so much for hanging out here and also playing and accepting that I'm going to poke your brain a lot in terms of the deck building. It's a lot of poking for the brain. Yeah, also apparently that Ash guy is streaming, so if you want to go check out that stream as well, you'll get to see another one of the players' perspectives. We should be able to spectate that Ash guy though from the Discord, so we'll have that feed up here as well as my lovely babbling voice. Yeah. As Tatsigi said, fantastic performance, and thank you for being here. Yeah, it's probably gonna be a couple minutes for the bans unless people are unless it's an insta ban and we already know what's happening. That Ash guy has their bans in. We're now just waiting for Rogio here for this matchup. Yeah, so Roshi and that Ash guy, let's check out those deck lists, I think, one more time to refresh ourselves to see if there's anything that we haven't seen so far that we may get to run into here. I forget whose deck stays are, so we're just going to overwrite them real quick. We're just going to overwrite them real quick. This is that Ash guy's first deck here. So we are looking at Annie Timo. This one does have counter spells, so you need the player running the counter spells. Lots of Harrowings and Buried in Ice in that Ash guy's deck lists. Second one, let's see here. We are looking at a little bit more. It looks like there's spells in this one potentially with the Fizz. Oh yes, that Ash guy is the one that I was commenting before, who doesn't really have many spells in a couple of these deck offerings, and does have that Trinisphere card in one of them, which is honestly kind of hope that we get to see played, just because it's honestly such a rarer card to see. It should be this one. I keep forgetting the actual name of it, and I keep calling it Trinisphere. Mage Seeker Jr. is the card that I mean there. And it looks like we're actually heading into our game, so I'm going to immediately transition over. We're going to stop looking at the deck codes, and we're just going to look at the gaming, which is exciting there. Yeah, up against the Rabigy Rogio here. Let's go in. We've got Vandal City Bear, we got Vanguard Sergeant, we've got Risu the Silent Storm, we've got Lunari Cultist in hand. That Ash guy is one of the players who has that concurrent timelines in the deck, so that might be impactful there. Actually, I'm gonna... Okay, we do have some volume there. Fantastic. We can hear the game a little bit. We've got the Flight coming out from Rogio and Victor top deck for that Ash guy. Victor potentially popping out some exciting keywords for sure. Lunari Cult is coming down. Black Market Merchant triggering and stealing a card, which in Cycleton is going to be guaranteed their opponent's only copy of that card. So we'll see if that emerges later as anything. As anything particularly primed to blow out that Ash guy. Let's see, we're manifesting something here, going for that Ionian Hookmaster at 1 mana. Pretty decent, pretty decent. Lunari Cultist is a 1/3, has already made a gem. It will make another as soon as it sees that Weapon Master equip happen. Makar and Vagamon for ABG Rogio hitting the board, making this attack certainly less optimal, and Ashguy hesitating to see if this is even something that he wants to pursue. Bandle Mayor going up to a 3/3 there, though, trading a bit better in general. Let's see, there's a Bard in hand, there's a Caitlyn coming down, Mystifying Magician targeting the Lunari Cultist, potentially here. Ashguy debating if that's the choice. Ionian Hookmaster instead going, Ashguy instead going for the Ionian Hookmaster, choosing between Fishawhack and Upcycled Rake, choosing that Scout, getting the gem from the Lunari, which is still on board. Rooting for Gravechild because he's the only one who left that didn't beat you. Honestly, fair enough. The player politics, the player debates, the anime arcs. They are real in these tournaments. It's fantastic. There's the Innovative Blacksmith, which will help out any equip that happens here. Victor hitting the board on 5 with Rogio at 6 mana. Caitlyn, a little bit of a powerful threat potentially, depending on how many flash bombs planted. Right now, it's just a good fucking 3/3 with quick attack. Victor getting elusive off the bat. That Ashguy has clearly sacrificed some children today to the gods. Felios coming down for Rogio once more. We've seen the power of that card. We'll see if Rogio can pull out that win again. Right now, though, just kind of plopping down a weapon, offering the trade with the flight here. Does Rogio have an answer to the Victor hitting face? Does not. Takes that damage. Looking at a relatively more even board state here, I think. There comes out one of the Aphelios weapons. Looks like Crescendo. Yep, it is indeed. Vein found for that Ashguy. It made a patched Poro, which also has lifesteal, which is it's a pretty high-rolly keyword for that Poro to have acquired this round. If the flight attacks, I think it's worth noting that the Victor can actually tumble to victory potentially here. Because it will also benefit from the augment procs off of the Vein, making those tumbles. So it looks like Victor may be a hovering problem for ABG Rogio. Right now, the Caitlyn, though, is just kind of trying to punch at the moment. Looks like they're going in, trading with the Lunari Cultist. Caitlyn's still planting some bombs. We're getting raided right now. Liberty1844, thank you for the raid, and welcome in, everybody. We are currently finishing up the losers bracket for our POROLANDER tournament. We've got ABG Rogio versus that Ashguy, currently duking it out with their 100-card singleton decks. Just a quick update on the decks and the tournament conditions if you're new here. We required that people build 100-card singleton, similar to Commander, similar to Highlander. No duplicates, up to 20 champions, free build rules. We've seen some spicy stuff come out so far. We've seen some absolutely clutch counterspells and some fancy fucking decks with things like the new draw cards and boats and crazy stuff. We've seen leveled Aphelioses. We continue to see potentially leveling Aphelioses and all of that. Currently, Victor looking like they're pretty much holding down the fort here. That Innovative Blacksmith coming down, one of the newer cards. We've also been checking out seeing a few cards from the new expansions. A few Nidalees have popped up. We've been seeing a lot of value out of Big Game Tycoon and a Pyrophant Win. So we're certainly not immune from the effects of the new expansion for sure. I should point out that the Clockling has come down and is going to be able to block that Victor a little bit more effectively now, considering there's a flight and the Clockling. Both players kind of just trying to build their board dominance at the moment. Neither willing to sacrifice an elusive, neither willing to sacrifice a champion, just kind of waiting to see what happens. champions at the moment. So yeah, welcome in everybody. We are just casting from the Discord because I learned fun facts that Riot does not like it in your client if you try to spectate more than if you try to spectate 20 champions. They don't. It just literally just does not work. So that's been an interesting find for sure. ABG Rogio coming out with a troll chant to make sure that the Caitlyn and the Innovative Blacksmith do not trade the way that Ashkai would have liked. Victor getting the Fearsome, and Ornn, which is somewhere in that deck, getting the level actually from that equipped Victoire, which is pretty exciting. Let's see, Rogio debating the choices here. Ashkai has been sitting on a Bard and the Lawkeeper, along with Mystifying Musician and Risu the Silent Storm for a little bit now. That Devour card might be able to come in quite useful depending on how this game continues to evolve. Misfortune coming down for ABG Rogio, going to be a decent amount of just like burn in general. Looking at that tumble now, debating probably going for the Victor level and the Scout attack, which would actually resolve in this case because only one attack has happened and the Scout has not actually occurred. Instead, going for the Fearsome, deciding that going above the Clockling and not having to interact with the 2-2 at all makes a little bit more sense. It would be the same number of hits to face, hypothetically, because the Victor does not have Overwhelm yet. Fizz leveled somewhere in the deck as well. Has actually seen enough spells get cast so far. Sandsworn Amulet making him a, what is that? A 14-7 with Fearsome and Elusive and Fury and all of the things. Also has that Fated, did benefit from the Fated and the cast of that weapon onto the Victor. Also, Entity, Mordecai, and Evil Cherry, thank you for the follows. We do have the notifications off so that we have a clean tournament recording. But thank you for supporting the stream, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Bard coming down is leveled, is going to start casting some boons eventually. But though we are pretty fucking distributed again in such a fat fucking deck list. There's a Solaris Sunhawk going there. The stun would come down on the Aphelios or the Caitlyn. There's a Devourer of the Deep. It does say 24 or 72 rather cards away from Deep, which is I think a stat line that it has never been accustomed to seeing before. Yeah, I actually think that the Fearsome was a good choice versus that one Clothling. But if it does continually get stunned, then it's going to be less good. Of course, there are ways around a stun. I mean, it's a free attack with a tumble. Or things such as these. Sunhawk coming down, stunning, I think, Caitlyn here? Looks like it's the Caitlyn. Alright, so Caitlyn getting stunned. Bard is a good chump blocker as well. Obviously, Rogio knows that there's tumbles in hand coming out of that vein. We've also still got some answers. Lawkeeper has not been buffed by anything, but it would actually impact a lot of the board. It would actually impact a lot of the board if that was to happen. The tumbles are not free yet. Vayne has not seen enough attacks. But the Victor is just going to be getting bigger. That rolling elusives that early, that quickly, has obviously done a lot of work. ABG Rogio debating what the choice is here, looking for a Portal Palooza play to get Overwhelm. Casting that on the Aphelios, I believe, rather than the 2-2. Once again, we're getting a leveled Aphelios. This is the second or third time that Rogio has done this that we've actually just seen. So getting a lot of value out of our favorite complicated weapons, man. 72 away from Deep. You did see that correctly. We are running 100 card singleton. So there's a lot of fucking cards still left in that deck. Victor getting that free attack with the 6-8 despite it all. Buffing the 4-4 so that it does not as horribly trade and also gets that fearsome proc. Rogio immediately with the fucking clap back of the open attack. Ashkai deciding to probably preserve the Vayne here, I imagine. The Poro is also helping though, unfortunately.
Yet there is also no elusive to counter the Victor swing next turn. So this is, I think, the end of the line for Rogio, unless I don't think there is a Hush or anything in that deck list. There's definitely some Targon, of course. Did that just get Spell Shield? Holy shit, it just got Spell Shield also. If it wasn't counterable before, it's also like super not counterable now. Caitlyn did her best though. I will say that Caitlyn did her best. She planted the two flash bombs triggered on that Victor just to you know, attempt to shut down the 18-5. However, it is an 18-5. We've got one concussive palm coming down, which would have stalled the turn if the Victor had not high rolled Spell Shield. So Victor really coming out with the save for sure. We are moving on now to game 2 with that Ash guy, of course, taking the win there. Timeline mess coming in. We've still got some Timelines players up in this competition. And there's the champion screen, which I love and adore. The client is chugging. The client is doing a little bit more than chugging. I really hope the client doesn't break here. We're witnessing the free build problems that we've been experiencing this whole tournament live in front of even more people now. At Ash Guy, actually loading into the game though, looking at Doombeast, Lunari Cultist, Zap Sprayfin, and the Darkened Spear, opting for the full keep. I mean, Lunari Cultist and Darkened Spear is pretty decent opener there. Mulliganing the Zap Sprafe and getting a Vanguard Sergeant instead, which is a slightly better curve in hand. Top decking a forecast. Rogio out with the Zoe turn 1, though. Yes, another child was sacrificed at some point. Though not the Zoe child, for sure. That Ash guy throwing out a Poro of Misery at the prospect of a leveled Zoe. Has been pretty strong before, maybe strong here for sure. Because, you know, 100 cards, there's a lot of keywords buried in that bullshit. There's so many keywords buried in that bullshit. That Ash guy, though, with a 2-drop here. Finding that gem once more on time with a spear. Not only has Rogio opened with a Zoe, but they've also opened with a Nora. Hitting both there. I did comment earlier that I didn't think I had seen many Nikos this game, but we do see one leveling in the background for that Ash guy at the moment. So somebody has braved running Nico with that subtype thing that I was talking about before. So I was wrong earlier when I said that nobody had brought Nico. Still, nobody has actually brought, no one has actually brought the Poro King. I think Small Penguin had mentioned thinking about bringing the Poro King, but did not quite manifest for anybody. Also, what's going on? We are currently casting the POROLANDER Tournament, where I demanded that people build 100-card singleton decks and duke it out for our entertainment. Riptide Rex has been found for that Ash guy. Portal has been found for Rogio, finding yet another elusive unit. That is 3 on the board, one of which was made by a good old Portal. The Charger coming down, 4-1 with Overwhelm, eats all of those units alive, to be fair, and would still be doing at least 2 damage to the Nexus. If it doesn't just deal straight up 4. Everything is relatively pingable, but currently that Ash guy not really running pings so much as just running bodies that do stuff. Gnar coming down for Rogio on 4, eating up most of their mana. 2 options, or mostly just 2 options for that Ash guy for units. But going for the Darkened Spear, maybe? It would be able to protect the 4-1 a little bit from immediate removal or destruction. Doombeast and Vanguard are providing just good bodies, though, and Doombeast has that nice drain effect and blocks a bunch of things. Well, not too many things. I say it blocks some things, but those are, to be fair, are regular non-elusive things. So right now, still a little bit intimidated. Is it the open attack here? Do we push the unit advantage, considering that those are all quite valuable things to keep? Sacrificing the Kyrian Sump Worker and dealing that 2 damage that I was mentioning before to face. So we do still have that happening. Nara is just gonna have to Nar just kind of exists now. Probably gets that Pokey Stick. Top decking a cane here for that Ash guy. Finding a potential couple of strikes and maybe a level off of that. Would start healing if the Rost was found. Though it'd be super funny if they actually did end up picking the blue cane. Blue cane would be funny to see at some point. Going with the Loping Telescope on the Gnar. Zoe is not halfway there yet. The Gnar, though, of course, is getting there. Kane here coming down as a 2-5 can certainly deal with some small elusives. Though Gnar is going to become a bigger and bigger problem, for sure. Moonglow is only +0/+2, and the Kane goes up to 3 with the gem in hand, so not going to save the Zoe or the Nora. If that happens. Just passing there, apparently not finding what they're looking for. Gnar granting the Kane vulnerable. He may be a 2-5, but he's also the strongest thing right now on the board. Top decking an innovative blacksmith for that Ash guy. Kane coming out, going for that Zoe immediately. Knows what he wants, knows that he doesn't want that to be granting keywords to everything on summon across the field. Arena promoter getting hovered very briefly. Troll Chant coming out to counter that attack. And Zoe rapidly approaching the level. That's 6 of 10 right now. We now see a victor from Rogio, perhaps wanting to punish for that Victor play from Ash guy on the previous match. Going for that augment. Victor getting very close. Zoe getting very close. Victor getting fearsome there. Innovative blacksmith potentially offering some heals and some nice effects for that Ash guy. 2 mana for Rogio, and none for that Ash guy at the end of the round here. What's the play? We do see that. I think that Pokey Stick has not been committed yet, so we do see it coming out now, hitting the Cane, and potentially disabling it from being able to really interact with the Gnar. I mean, there's nothing that currently saves it from Gnar. And either this is committed now or it's committed on the next turn's attack, regardless. Victor leveling pretty aggressively. That's a lot of glowing arrows on a screen of dangerous champions. Relatively dangerous champions. Zoe leveled. Zoe has reached the level. That Moonsilver is discounting something and has gotten her there. Also leveling the Victor at the same fucking time. Getting them both out is very big threats that can snowball. Charger is granting overwhelm to everything, so it has already begun. It's already begun. I mean, to be fair, it began a few rounds ago, but that's pretty scary. Gnar getting the 3-5, but no answers for that Ash guy in hand. 4-3 interacting with the Victor, and the 2-3 blocking the only thing that it can. Rogio threatening 10 damage to that Ash guy here. Riptide Rex, unfortunately, probably not going to be able to do much, though. Against that kind of board, it would be funny to actually see it go off there. That's still going to phase. There's the tray. There's some weapons. The innovative blacksmith is a painful loss, considering that Ash guy probably wants some healing right about now. Salty Spinner getting chosen is castable at 2. To be fair, I forgot about the discounting, so maybe evaluating those choices I would have actually picked differently. But the Salty Spinner is still pretty good. We'll swap some stats around. It will actually potentially get the Bard going faster than other things. You know, a little bit of slot bot action, only it's a Salty Spinner doing stuff. Our Rogio looking at some cards here off of the Behold the Infinites, which are now free and augmenty and generating a ton of value. Pompous Cavalier granting double attack to the whole board. Double attack Victor at 10-1 with overwhelm is absolutely insane. I believe that was also a portal, so it wasn't even in the deck. It was just a random portal that decided to really have a big impact right now. Deep Meditation also castable, discounted even, pulling some stuff for Rogio. Looking pretty grim for that Ash guy. Bard is leveled. Bard, it did the thing. Those stats swapped around like crazy. The 3-4 really the only consistent thing that can even try to go face right now. The 4-3, I mean, it just trades. It just dies. No one's gonna... the Victor isn't gonna fucking block it. Riptide Rex, though... I was like, oh man, it's gonna be hard to fight a Riptide Rex proc. There is impact on that Salty Spinner. So all it has to do is hit face. I don't know if Rogio is anticipating that Riptide Rex, but it could be kind of bad. It could be kind of bad. I'm excited to see that. Hope the board, because there's a lot of small HP'd units over there. Riptide Rex coming out, and let's see what it targets. It hits everything except Victor and Zoe. It hit everything except the Victor, which is 1 HP! Oh my god, the Riptide Rex really deciding that match was the Victor's to win. So far it's been Victor just dominating the field whenever he comes down. Really got that big dick energy of just, I'm a 10-1 and you're not gonna fucking kill me, despite 7 procs. Absolutely incredible. That Ash guy and Rogio lining up for the third and final game of this best of 3 before we head on to the grand finals. So let's see who can pull this out. The splash room from hell or the splash room from heaven, depending on how you look at it. Full mulligan for that Ash guy here. A bunch of 3 costs, a 4 cost, and a 5 cost. Not exactly what you want to cast on one. Finding instead Wandering Shepherd, Vayne, Combat Cook, and the Citrus Courier. Citrus Courier did some interesting stuff earlier in this tournament today. I don't believe it won the match, but it did certainly maintain the player in the game. So could see some crazy Citrus Courier interactions. I think Ash guy hoping for a cheap unit here. Unfortunately finding the Darkened Heart, but Rogio also not finding a 1-drop to play immediately. Glacial Saurian getting top decked. Gust Monk found for Rogio as a 2-2 will get that buff and also that recall at the end of the round. There's an MF, a pretty powerful 3-drop as well. Also, I see some messages in the chat. Thank you for commenting on the casting. I'm glad you are enjoying it. I'm having a blast here, so it's good that's coming across. There's a Darkened Heart for the Vayne, and there's a Combat Cook coming down next turn. Looks like that Ash guy is choosing to just hold the mana, discount that tumble, play the Steratu at a later date. Petty Officer is available, but Combat Cook is just a pretty strong equip, so prioritizing that. Going for the Pan of Pain or the Pot of Pain? Going for the Pot of Pain this time. Perhaps seeing the value of that impact after the last round. Plus, it does have a little bit more HP. Rogio actually finding a Combat Cook as well on 4. Getting the Scout going as a 4-3. Stark and Harp coming down on the Vayne for a pretty nasty attack, it looks like. Obviously, the MF can still do some chaos later, but right now, the Combat Cooks trade, and the Vayne eats everything on the board alive. Rogio down to 14. Ash guy at 17. Round flipping over to Rogio. 2 mana tumble for the Vayne. Ion and the Hookmaster also found. Is this a trade with the Combat Cooks? It will drop to a 4-2 with the MF, so it might be an might be a good trade here. Already the Scout attack has been used, so no worries about that popping onto a unit and triggering 3 attacks in the round. There is a Saurian play here, potentially, or it could be a combination of the Ionian Hookmaster and some other 3-drop. We are looking at that Plunder proc for the rally soonish. Discipline of Fortitude found for that Combat Cook, so unfortunately it is going to not go through, or that trade is not going to go through for that Ash guy. Toughening up the Vayne a little bit, making her a little bit more immune to the MF procs, putting the 3-2 in the front, only taking a couple of damage from this attack from Rogio. Tumble here going with the big Forged Impact card onto the Vayne. That makes it a 5-7 with Impact, which is pretty intimidating. Only 4 mana available for Rogio, and hits face, prioritizing keeping that MF since it's seen a few attacks by now, and might be able to level, though a Vayne with Tough is still kind of annoying for that. Another innovative Blacksmith coming down, this time for Rogio. We're seeing a lot of equip here, a lot of utility found in those weapons, I think just across the board. There's a Number Tumble that's at 4, the sign-in is here. Ionin Hookmaster and Petty Officer are getting hovered. Saurian and the Citrus Courier are obviously options. I'm personally kind of interested in the line of the attack into the Citrus Courier, which looks like it might be what Rogio is also thinking here. Again, that impact for that plunder effect. Either it's for Citrus, either it's for a Riptide Rex. It's still pretty powerful. Plus, it does bump at Ashgai's HP up to 18 for the rally. MF looking a little bit vulnerable here, as is the Nexus at 8 HP. We've got a cackle coming out from that Ash guy in the face of what's currently an intimidating attack. I think it also might be a Vayne level, if I'm remembering the number of attacks correctly, which is also kind of scary. Rogio thinking, debating. We've seen Concussive Palms fly out before, and other cards like that. So it's possible that one of those will emerge here, but that's not going to stop the attack being witnessed, so we're still going to have the tumble problem overall. Of those becoming free and available. Getting the Owlcat down just as a chump blocker. We do see that Vayne level. This is not the first time we've seen it today. And is a 6/8 with impact. Pretty bad. Trading into those. Gust Monk bumping into the Citrus Courier. Finally finding a use for that +2/+0. Which in this kind of format kind of makes sense. Also, we see Jarvan leveling for that Ash guy somewhere in the deck. We've got a Scales, I believe, Scales of Protection. There's that free tumble. There's a Bandle Painter and a Chime. Hopping on over to that Ionian Hookmaster. Bard also seeing all this and going, huh, I could level once more. I could level this round as I did the last one. MF about to go off a little bit, but Rogio has to be afraid of the Vayne swing with the tumble available. Just it's gonna be a problem. Kindred is popping out as a quick attack unit. Sign-in Thousand-Tailed and Bandled Painter. There's just so much utility with that tumble being free. No longer have to worry about it starting at 4. It's just gonna fucking go. Sign-in is gonna draw some interesting stuff, potentially. Kayn and Victor have been found buffing the Vayne to a 7/9. Both Kayn and Victor have been very useful before, so you might see them come into play here again. Though at this point, it might just be a win more scenario for that Ash guy. We'll see what the Kindred can do. There's 1 mana in hand, so this is either a bluff or they've genuinely got something to buff that into the Vayne. Looks like they are pulling back on it, actually, not willing to sacrifice the Kindred to the Vayne, and perhaps indicating that there is nothing to save the Kindred if it goes in. I think at 1 mana, it's very unlikely that there's anything that can go in and really kill or trade positively with the Vayne for Rogio. The 3/5 is also going to just kind of tank the 4/2 as well. I mean, MF is there for sure. She will level. She will be doing her thing. But at 18 HP, it's still just kind of scary. Deciding to pass the turn there and not allow that Ash guy to fully take advantage of the tumble on that attack. So there's the Kayn coming down as a 2/5. Can pull something. Maybe the 4/2. It's still pretty vulnerable. Trinket Trade popping out, making an Otterpuss. This is the first time I've seen a prank while casting today, which is pretty exciting. Going for the quick attack, going for the 4/5 Kayn instead, which can interact with Kindred now or MF. I'm betting it would be actually the MF, because the MF is still threatening to level. And we all know how fast that can fucking snowball through the roof. Also, Dragon King, thank you for coming back to the stream. We're focusing on some tournament casting at the moment. But it was a good deck, yeah. Opponent is thinking here, Rogio is pondering decisions, looking at that cane, looking at the vein, looking at the zero cost tumble, going for the prank just to see what's in hand. Mystifying Magician has also been found again, by the way. This I think didn't see play in the previous matches, just because there were more higher priority targets. Going on at the time, but pranking the weapon to 3, so it would be all of the mana to cast that scythe. Scales of the Dragon trying to protect MF from lethal at that point, going with tough on the 6-2, pulling, ooh, what's the target here? Going for the Kindred in the hopes that the power will be high enough that there are no buffs in hand for Rogio. Still not getting that scythe bonus, considering that it's not currently on the cane. No increased power, but the Steratu is doing, honestly, a lot of work. Bane punching once with the impact. And I'm wondering if it's now going to be the tumbling time, considering Rogio is at 6, and there may not be too many threats remaining. There is actually a Ramhound on the field as well. Going for the tumble on the cane to level, or to strike it potentially. And that will be some healing and some overwhelm damage on the Rost, which could be kind of intimidating. Rogio is thinking about this. Both targets are not ideal. Could take it the damage to face. Could just take the damage straight to face and go down to 2. But pretty scary in the face of the vein impact there, I think. That Ash guy given a tentative GG Shen. MF blocking the cane there. Rost is about to show up. I think this is the first time the Rost has arrived this whole game. Unless it's the blue cane. Unless it's blue cane, and I am just completely wrong, but I don't think we've seen a blue cane be cast in any of the Poro Cup Series tournaments, so this is not going to be the first one. Not going to be the first one. It's just a 3-6 red Rost experience. There's that tumble again. We got a deep meditation as well for that Ash guy. Pra, the Breachwalker, is a fancy fucking play, not gonna lie. Coming down with life, still coming down with challenge, but coming down with elusive permanent unit. MF leveling into that is actually kind of nonsense. It's kind of a lot of nonsense. Or ABG Rogio, and could pump their HP back up to 11, which might be enough to survive for a hot minute. Concurrent timeline's actually finally being found, but the MF may just be dead now. That MF may have waited too long to level and is about to perish to an avalanche, which means the vein still going to be around. I mean, it was had tough anyway, so it was going to be around for a long time. But now the MF losing all opportunity to get that level. Opening up the Rost and other cards a little bit to being a little bit more vulnerable situation. The Challenger could always kill the Rost here. At Ash Guy is completely out of mana, though that does not preclude casting the Tumble for sure. So Tumble still available. Rogio chillin' at the moment. Does have a Scout. Does have a Scout attack on something, which might be quite useful, such as on that 5-2 elusive unit. That would be, I think that bumps it by 2, so that'd be 14 damage to face with one of the pras. Let's see. Going to kill that Rost, kind of as expected. Not going for any scout attacks, just like, nope, we're just gonna go face. Healing to 11, dealing 10 currently if there are no blockers. Ash Guy could block with the Vayne or the 3-3 on the 5-2 lifesteal unit. So that's a potential line. Otherwise, could also just take the damage and just wait for those ephemeral units to go away. They're going to in a hot minute. Pulling back the lifesteal unit for Rogio, I'm not quite sure why. I don't think there are any free attacks, but holding it there despite everything. Tumble going on the 3-3. Oh, waiting for the Vayne to go in, or waiting for a card to go in with that tumble, which actually makes sense. The quick attacks to Radu, though, completely countering that life gain attempt there. Maybe forgetting that the Steratu was in hand and available. Going on to the next turn, there's a Darkened Fan, which is also the Beachwalker. And I think that might be the win for Ashguy, unless Rogio here has some way of shutting down this board immediately. At 13 mana, not impossible, but still challenging. Going for a Sputtering Song Spinner, which can find some interesting spells, but I think what you really need there is something like Ruination. It's really something like Ruination that you need to whip out to counter a board that has that many threats on it that are going to be repeatedly producing value. Ferris Financier, no mana to cast a 6-cost card, and that is just face. That is just face. The Vayne and the Elusive 5/4 alone are enough damage, even if there were blockers for the rest. And that is that. Ashguy, I think, continuing on to the grand finals here, where Grave Trail has been patiently waiting for a little bit as the losers brackets continue. But GG's all around there, and I think we're moving on finally to the last set of games. Let me just quickly refer to, not that please, go into the brackets here. Just waiting to that double check. Look at all that fucking mastery getting accrued. Yeah, that Ashguy and of course Grave Trail in the grand finals here. We will have to wait a hot minute for the bans, I think, for a second, since those take a little bit, considering we have 100 cards for our opponents to look at every single time, and they do have to make some decisions based on those. For sure. So I think we will be sticking with that Ashman into the next game so that we can continue casting from the Discord. Also, very nice if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I have notifications off to have a clean stream recording for the tournament. Would appreciate all of the stream support that we've been receiving throughout today's event. Very exciting to be able to share this with more people as you all come in and out and see what's up with these games. Yeah, so of course, if you guys are not quite clear on what's happening with this last bracket, if losers bracket, if at Ashguy beats Grave Trail, we will be resetting the bracket. So one more game. If Grave Trail takes this one, we will of course be ending the tournament there, and Grave Trail will be crowned as our winner there. Some bans are already coming in, so we're just waiting for, I think, Grave Trail to hop into their game. We're so close to the end. Thank you all for participating and getting us all to this point. Shout out to Kitten for doing a lot of the back-end ban organizing and also tournament support. And shout out to all of our players who are currently have been participating and are currently duking it out in the competition. And also shout out to all the viewers who I hope you are enjoying the coverage and the weird, wacky games that we're witnessing now with our decks. So we're almost there. I think bans have been submitted, so we're about to go in. Also, yes, the Ashguy, you are a gamer. You are a gamer. We're all gamers here. We got representation from Always Be Gaming. I myself am a content creator for ABG. We've got so much gaming going on right now. It's fucking fantastic. Yeah. Oh, I think I hear game noises. I do hear game noises. So we're gonna go take a look at this game. That Ashguy queuing up and Grave Trail in their best of 3 as well. It's game 1 of the grand finals. Let's see who takes this best of 3. Will Grave Trail just take the tournament? Or will that Ashguy be able to reset the bracket and challenge Grave Trail for number 1? This is where we're going to fucking find out. That Ashguy top decking Fizz, Darken Harp, Revna, and Aloof Travelers. I feel like a Fizz and a Darken Harp are kind of interesting keeps. Revna would be a bit of a ballsy keep for sure, but it also costs 6, so mulliganing both the Aloof and the Revna. Gotta keep what you can cast. Once more, finding Lunari Cultist on time, pretty much an opening hand. Grave Trail also opening with the Forsaken Bakai, which is just also kind of mind-boggling that we find that so early. I believe that's a Scion leveling also for Grave Trail, which is pretty exciting. Grave Trail's decks, from what we have seen before, are pretty just like, I think there's Darius, there's Scion, there's Discard up in that deck, which is pretty Chad, to be fair. Scrutinizing Sergeant has been also found for that Ash guy. 1/3 Lunari Cultist coming down, pinging the first damage of the game to face. And Grave Trail passing with 2 open mana. Curious what that's going to be played next. Cosmic Youngling found for that Ash guy. I think this is the first time we've seen a Stellacorn, and they're quite useful. They're always quite useful. It's just a little bit of a ping of health every single time. Getting that quick attack onto the Castaway. Cosmic Youngling coming down, perhaps to mitigate some of the damage that 4/1 is about to do. Instead, the 4/1 just going face for now, waiting to see if Grave Trail has any more in store before casting the Youngling. And going back up to 17 on this open round. Jarvan in hand for that Ash guy and ready to spring out at 6. 1/3, 1/4, and 3/3 over there. Bakai Sandspinner coming down to take that Youngling potentially on the next turn. 5/3 Steratu going to basically do the same thing that the Piltovan Castaway just did, only a little bit stronger, actually, since it is 5 power. 5 mana for that Ash guy and 8 for Grave Trail. Top decking the Aloof Travelers once again. Put mulligan that shit and it comes right back, apparently. Garen coming down for Grave Trail, buffing the board. It's still worth noting that the Jarvan's about to spring out. You know, it's about to happen. It's really about to happen. The Scrutinizing Sergeant hunting potentially for something there. Finding the Trinisphere. Finding that Mage Seeker Jr. to make everybody's shit fucking expensive, including that Ash guy stuff. Making the Garen tough definitely slows down that Ash guy's momentum here a little bit. Honestly, kind of wiping the board a bit, with the exception of the Trinisphere and the 5/3. Curious if Grave Trail has any spells that Trinisphere is actually shutting down, or the Junior is shutting down. I should probably stop calling it a Trinisphere. Excuse the magic happening. But holding on to the Sergeant as well, opting to take the 5 damage to face for that Ash guy. Grave Trail is successfully striking with a Garen and keeping all of the units that are currently on the field. Jax is leveled and Sivir is almost there, so if those are found by Grave Trail, potentially a dangerous situation for sure. Looks like it's going to be an open attack for the Jarvan. Instead of the Jarvan, we're going for the Sheriff Lariat Rose, which should be able to trade with the Garen currently, and the 5/3 can take whatever it wants here as well, which is pretty exciting for that Ash guy. Grave Trail is sitting on 7, probably debating what to do with the board full of vulnerable units. Currently 1 HP up above that Ash guy, but looks like this is going to turn the game around potentially. Hooking everything and trying to wipe the board as well. Grave Trail popping a Hex Obliterator to hold onto the Garen. Pretty strong card, does just enough damage to get rid of it. So Garen is continuing on his merry way. Saga Seeker comes down as a 1/1, might be able to benefit from the Fated, considering that there's Equip and other effects in that deck. Fleet Feather Tracker coming down. Fangs could invoke. There's the Fated going into a 4/2 with Quick Attack. Here's a For Demacia, buffing the entire board to be a little bit difficult for Grave Trail to deal with. Not going to kill the Garen, except with the 8/6, but certainly not a wonderful attack here. Shen, however, granting some buffs to the team. Good swing. Buru Cultist coming down just for a little bit of extra damage, and buffing the Garen. Buffing that Garen with the barrier. Honestly, kind of like a perfect counter to what happened there with the For Demacia, which is pretty impressive. Looks like the junior is going to live, as is the 8-6, but so does the Garen level, and the Shen gets to just kind of chill. Garen leveling is kind of scary. That is a persistent rally effect, so that is going to be a lot of pressure for that Ashe guy to contend with. Conchologist coming down here, and the 5-3 getting hovered, looking for the Garen, or not the Garen play, the Jarvan play on the Garen, rather, to at least ping him down a little bit, at least do a little bit of damage to reduce the chances of that being a permanent threat. Can't cast any of the gems right now for that Ashe guy. The 3-1 still shutting that down. Rishi Dragon, a little bit of a problem potentially. Conchologist making Fading Memory, Sunpork's map, and Face Sprout. Sunpork's map could be game here if the right unit was chosen, but that also mandates that everything survive for a little bit. And with the rally token still on Grave Trail's side of the field, that may not happen. Sunporks also still cost 2, so even if the Conchologist has been cast at the start of this turn, still would not quite have been able to get it out on the field. Going for the Sunporks map, though, sorry, it does cost 3 because of the Mega Seeker Jr., not 2, apologies. But that Sunporks map potentially doing a lot. Barrier getting cast on the Dragon, not going with the Garen, just opting to take out the Jarvan with the Dragon itself. Shyvana would be disappointed. Choosing to sacrifice the Trinisphere now. Just get rid of the tax that there has been somewhat self-imposed on that Ashe guy. Let's see, Sivir has leveled. Gravetrail also has a Jarvan that is now leveled in the deck somewhere. And we are continuing on to find an Avenging Vastaya for that Ashe guy. I think this is the first time we've seen one of those. We have seen denies before and counterspells, but this is, of course, the counterspell on a stick, and we haven't seen that yet. Choosing to go for the Charger instead of the Crescent Strike, I'm actually a little surprised by that. Would have been able to potentially stave off this attack for this round. Aloof Travelers can be cast with the Charger, which would force a discard. Going just for the Avenging potentially as a regular unit. I don't know if the Shadow in the Brush honestly really helps here. Unless that one card is a spell, which at this point I feel like Grave Trail can rely so heavily on the units that would actually be doing a huge amount for the board right now. Once again, going back to the Aloof Travelers, though, finding Star-Tipped Peak and discarding Jarvan, indeed. So Grave Trail will at least not have a Jarvan to play after that Ashe guy's Jarvan. So still kind of holding strong. Seeing a little bit of Targon, seeing a little bit of Demacia, pulling the 2-3. The 2-2 does have lifesteal, but what is the lifesteal necessarily going to do versus that 5-6, which is also eating it alive? The Buru Cultist still also pinging for some damage. That Ashe kind of forced to block the most powerful targets here, even at the cost of losing their entire board. Looks like it might be something like Sturatu coming down, or something like that. Because the Sturatu can happen with the Sunporks, because we've hit Enlightenment, I believe. So that would just work. The problem is that there's still the turn that's coming, but the Shunpo in hand rallies for Grave Trail. And that is -25. The Shunpo, almost like a perfect series of top decks and draws for Grave Trail on that one match. That's pretty powerful, to be honest. Grave Trail taking game 1 in this best of 3, and that Ashe guy fighting to reset the bracket and go to a second game in the grand finals. So this is quite the deciding match here. I think either Grave Trail is able to 2-0, or we just barely hang on to this best of 3. I'm not going to try to list any of those, as I usually do at the open of each match for traditional tournaments. That's just too many. It is beautiful, though. It's beautiful. It's like a fighting game roster, but the whole fighting game is also in there. Looks like it might be a keep on nothing here. Not risking the Star-Tip Peak. Ooh, risking the Star-Tip Peak and the Wandering Shepherd. Finding a Junk Construct as well, which should help with the boons and the ability to rally there. Let's see how many. Grave Trail is mulliganing here. Mulliganing 3, keeping 1. So I would say what? Relatively confident in that hand. Mystifying Magician also top decked. Still hasn't been played, but has been found in hand a bunch. Grave Trail passing on turn 1. Going into Smooth Mixologist top deck for that Ash guy. Junk Construct coming down, looking for those boons. Egghead Researcher has made a dragon. Who knows what dragon it is? Bumping into the Junk Construct, but nothing is dying yet. Nothing is dying yet. We see the Sivir and the Jarvan leveling for that Ash guy a little bit in the deck. Chimes are also being produced courtesy of the Bard that's also buried. Vayne for Grave Trail. As we have seen in previous games, the Vayne can be quite powerful. And can really turn things into a snowball. Once you have the Vayne, you've already got the first point of momentum that may be able to steamroll your opponent. At Ashguy debating the upcycled Rake and the Fish-A-Whack here. Going for the upcycled Rake, opting for the Scout on the 3-1. Obviously choosing the Wandering Shepherd as the target rather than the Junk Construct, because the Junk Construct gon' die. And we don't want that to have an extra weapon for sure. Tumble at 4, Vayne as a 3-3, and the Egghead just kind of chilling, having made an unknown ally in the hand. What's the top deck here? We find the Jarvan again, transforming the Wandering Shepherd into a Dragon Caller, which, if that is allowed to persist and is able to hit flow, is going to be a menace, an absolute menace, because it also does have the Scout effect. Just a shout out to that Dragon Caller, that it will scout with the Empyrean. Fantastic. Ray Trail probably admiring that card, going, what the actual fuck is that? At Ashguy opting for the pass here, kind of probably waiting for the Dragon Color to accrue some value. Darkened Aegis has been found. Grave Trail with a unit that can obviously get a lot of faded value. Fleet Feather Tracker hitting the board. Start to peak, ready to count down to victory. Producing some value on that one. Aphelios happening for Grave Trail. Is it the Aphelios v Aphelios situation from our players here? Picking a moon weapon and seeing what that will be. There are definitely things that can be removed, though notably not the Dragon Collar very easily. It can be stunned, but not removed. The only targets really are the Mystifying Magician and the 2-1 at the moment, the Junk Construct. Grave Trail having a longer debate over this, probably wondering what the answer is to what's going to give the most survivability at the moment. That Ash guy, going to the open pass, not playing the Aphelios into the opponent's Aphelios there. Grave Trail passing, probably a little bit concerned about the amount of mana that Ash guy had available. So we are going to pull the Jarvan here. We are at 6 again. Jarvan is pulling the Aphelios. We do not get the Dragon Color yet because we have been struggling a little bit to hit that flow, mostly because this is a pretty unit-focused deck. It's got equipment, it's got Forge. Not going to be as heavy on spells. And that Ash guy is also one of our players who, I think the only one of our players who has like 3 spells in some of the decks. It's incredibly unit and equipment focused. And then, of course, concurrent timelines as well, but that it barely counts as a spell. It's just a button. Concurrent timelines is just a button that you press, hopefully earlier on in the game rather than later. Crawling Viper Worm, hitting that 1-1, leveling both the Shyvana and the Scion that's stuck in there somewhere. Jarvan becoming a barriered 6-5 with the Jural in it. Grave Trail hovering a spell, stunning the Jarvan for this turn. Not going to get that stun again because it is not a follower. And Ashguy also looking at the discount, or not the discounting, the countdown of the start to peak, which has offered the Serpent and the Charger as well. There's some nice chump blockers there for sure. That Ash guy has still not lost any HP, so the Smooth Mixologist not looking as an ideal of a cast at the moment, but can certainly put on some pressure without it. Fan Club President could be very interesting here. Generate that nice 5-cost spell. We also have Banal City Mayor, which can manifest some fancy things. Aphelios, of course, can also happen pretty easily. Kale coming down for Grave Trail, which is a pretty big power boost. Just running with the Smooth Mixologist, maybe? Debating whether that's the right call. Instead playing maybe one of the Celestial Chump blockers or that Fan Club President. I think Fan Club has a lot of value here because you might be able to find something that affects your Kale experience of facing the Kale. The experience of facing a Kale when your opponent just cast it on the board and has a very buff series of things. No Faded still on the Pantheon and other cards, but the opponent here, Grave Trail, just going in for the face. I was just like, fuck it, I have a 7/5 with quick attack. What you gonna do about it? 6/5, blocking a couple of things, maybe. Let's see if that Ash guy just opts to try and protect the Jarvan a little more aggressively. Looks like it is an attempt to wipe the board, or wipe Grave Trail's board, with the exception of the Kale here. 4 mana open for Grave Trail, and they do have, ooh, if that's a Twin Disciplines or something, that is going to be a little bit scary. That is a Whirling Death, so that the Pantheon not only gets faded, but it also trades with the tough Jarvan, and the Dragon finishes off the kill. That is a dead Vein, though. That is a dead Fleet Feather Tracker. But not as probably as good of a trade as that Ash guy had initially dreamed of having. Caliburn will deal damage to a follower, will not delete the Pantheon. Could go for a Crescendum to summon another body, and there's a bunch of other cards here that could be useful. The Smooth Mixologist could actually come in handy now. Will almost heal that Ash guy to full, which would be some nice survivability. Crescendum coming down as a 2 cost something depending on what it finds. The fun part about Crescendum, by the way, I don't think I really called this out before, because we're in 100-card singleton and because we have the free build rules, the pool for finding something within your regions is gigantic. We're also in Eternal, so it's literally just anything that you want in the giant pool of Runeterra, you're gonna be able to find it. I mean, obviously the cards decide what you find, but they can pull from everything that has ever been made in the game. And we do find a Cunning Kitten out of that. We also hit a Portal, which is vulnerable on the Kale, which is actually a little bit insane. The 2/3 vulnerable on the 7/5 with the Orned top decked is kind of nuts. There is the concern though that the Ornn is still going to just kind of die to the 7/5. However, it is also an Ornn with Forge. So I think actually depending on Grave Trail's play here, the Ornn might actually be a very good attack. Again, thanks to that 2/3, which I have forgotten the name of right now. Pretty damn good Bilgewater card though. Once again, the chimes or the portals are kind of paying out. First, it was a portal that summoned Pompous Cavalier with a double attack Victor, and now it's a vulnerable at a pretty opportune time. So the portals have been doing a lot of work. Chimes, not so much. Chimes, not so much. We are scouting indeed with that Ornn. He does become an 8/7. The Kale is, of course, bigger because of the equipment off of the Wandering Shepherd, but that should, I believe, be an Ornn level and an Ornn scout. So the Ornn still gets to go and still gets to make that ram, which is going to be pretty powerful right now. Everybody's at 16 HP, but Grave Trail looking like they might be in a spot of trouble, considering what's about to hit them in the face. And everything, multiple targets here can also now just kill the Kale. The Cunning Kitten could do it pretty easily, pretty handily in the face of that 9/2. Screeching Dragon, kind of probably just like I don't have much, but I do have a Dwagon type of cast. Here comes that Ram, which is now matching stats, of course, is an 11-9. Nora leveled somewhere. It is actually not entirely lethal. That Ash guy is 1 damage away from taking this best of 3 and resetting our brackets once more. So Screechy Dragon has to do a lot of work here. It has to deal 16 damage to face for that Ash guy. And that Ash guy still has the Smooth Mixologist. Will bring them up to, I believe, 19, if I'm remembering the heal correctly off the bat. So Gravetrail really needs a lot here. I don't actually know if there's much that they can do against the Scout Ornn with the Ram generating. The healing the Ornn instead so that the Ornn does not trade with the Dragon in that movement. Smooth Mixologist getting highlighted there. She is very pretty. Gwen coming down for potentially some interesting interactions there. Honestly, that Ash guy just like rich with options to cast here. Not super worried about HP, really just kind of waiting for the next turn to begin. So many options, so many things to do. The Skies Descend, Molten Breath, and FTR have been identified by Reggie, which is a little bit of madness. I am wondering if that Ash guy goes for the FTR cast at the open of the next turn, or just pushes the Ornn attack. Because either, I think, will be enough demoralization that the game will be over. The game might be over right now, to be honest. Tumbling the Gwen, actually, to get a little bit, probably more of the healing going on. Going up to 3 there. Punching Reggie in the face. At Ash guy, still not concerned. Going with the pass. Pulling the 2-2 and putting the 4-5 in harm's way. Once again, Gwen is draining, but is also dead. Or, yep, no, I think it's also dead. There's a level that's happening, of course, because of the quick attack. Oh, not dead, sorry. Because of the expert 1 HP. I was like, it's dead. Nope, it's not quite dead. That scout was, or the tumble, the inadvertent scout was actually quite useful there. At 5 HP, with the Ornn Forge and the Ram, I think it is still over. Because the Ram is just 13-10. The most damage that can be blocked is 4 on each unit, but that is also just 26 to face. So that Ash guy, taking the bracket and then leading us into another best of 3 grand finals game. Really fighting hard for that Poro plush, to be honest. Oh, is there still one more? Oh, there's still one more. Never mind. I got it too excited. There's still one more game here. Because Gravetail took the first one, and that Ash guy is up with the second. Sorry, there's one more in this one. So Gravetail has to win this to guarantee victory, or as we said before, that Ash guy will reset the bracket. I got overly excited. Because I forgot what round we were on. Let's see. Vanguard Sergeant and Victor being held here. Finding a Bilge Rat Rascal and a Zap Spray Fin as well. Firith also popping in. Already kicking off that Equip Forge synergy in that Ash guy's deck. Hitting with the 3-1. Getting that Overwhelm equipment as early as possible to buff and potentially avoid situations like we saw previously with that elusive Victor that just had to really dance around a couple of units with 2 power because it just didn't have the Overwhelm to really kill them or to really go over them at the moment. Found a way to go over with Fearsome, but Overwhelm would have been nice earlier rather than later. Not mirroring the Assistant Librarian, but that is pretty funny to see that there's a 2-2 still that matches Gravetrail's play. There is a Naka available at the moment. Looks like there's a Soul Harvest coming down, just shooting down the 3-3, and nothing for that Ash guy to attack with on this turn now as a result. Pretty much anything that would have been cast there probably would have died. Samira coming down on 3, offering a lot of utility and things to do there for sure. Trundle also being top decked for that Ash guy. I think this is the first time we've seen the Trundle. Celestial Blessing buffing many things here and just going in for 7 damage to face at burst speed, which is a little bit scary for that Ash guy. Victor coming down. Let's see if what the Victor makes this time. First Hex Core out. Buffing Power, buffing Fizz, buffing Augment, and it receives Fury, which is not too bad of a keyword, to be honest. Opting to go for the Darkened Spear here, make it a 3/6, enable it to interact with other units that are on the Grave Trail's board there. Going for another Hex Core right on the open, finding regeneration, which is nice. Fiora has been identified for Grave Trail there. That's a 5/5 with Challenger. That is a little bit intimidating. A little bit intimidating. Trundle coming down, making that ice pillar. The regen on both units looking pretty nice versus that board, I think. Going for the open attack, not willing to let those units remain on the field for very long. Bumping into the Fiora. There, and then oh no, the Fiora has the form up trading the Victor there, and triggering the first of her 4 procs, getting the just getting the kill counter ticking away. Darkened Harp on Fiora is also pretty fucking nasty. Hearthblood Mender and Darkened Spear being debated. Going for that Darken on the Trundle, so that it's a 4/8 with regeneration, which limits the Fiora's ability to kill him currently. Grave Trail, though, popping out a lot of buff spells on a lot of different cards. So right now, going for lethal, it looks like, with the 4/4 and the 7/3. Doesn't need the Fiora to win the game, just needs to win the game. And that is actually Grave Trail's game, and Grave Trail's tournament win. So huge shout out to the players there. And thank you all for joining the stream. Thank you all for joining the stream and joining the tournament, and hopping into this crazy 100 card singleton experience. Congratulations, however, to Grave Trail, that Ash guy, and let's see, end of the losers bracket was Rogio. So congratulations to all 3 of you for tournament placements here. You all did fantastic. Everyone did amazing, and your games were all very entertaining to watch. I'll be following up with the winners, and also once again thank you to Kitten for working on the tournament as well. This has been a fantastic event. We ran for about 4 hours. We got through some exciting matchups. So thank you all again, and I wish you all well. Huge congratulations to our top 3 of the tournament. That was pretty great. And thank you for all for staying through all of our technical difficulties as well. If you were like, wow, I can't view the deck codes, and I also can't load into the games and I can't spectate, thank you all for sticking around for all of that. You guys are fantastic. Stay tuned for more Poro Cup Series tournaments events. There is a $150 prize pool and a Poro plushie for first place every single tournament. Currently, we've been having about every other month or so, and we already have some, I think, fun ideas for the next one. So look for that probably sometime around end of July, August. And for now, I will wish you all a fantastic rest of your day. For those of you who are in the U.S. and you're approaching the 4th of July, happy holidays to you. For those of you who are in Canada and recently celebrated Canada Day, I hope you had a great holiday. And for the rest of you who may be celebrating various holidays and such like, thank you all for happy time zones to you, basically. Glass just got home, hence I was distracted. But yeah, thank you all again. Congratulations to the winners. Thank you to everybody who followed the stream, and shout out to Liberty1844 for rating the tournament coverage as well. I have been your host, your caster, your entertainer, your organizer, your regular, your local crazy person, and I'm going to go eat and take a break. So thank you all again for joining, participating, watching, and generally hanging out here while the tournament was going on. I'll be back, I think on, I'm going to be back on Wednesday. I'm going to take tomorrow and Tuesday off for the holiday, and to also take and just, you know, have a break for myself. So I'll be back on Wednesday at 8 p.m. Pacific time for more Legends of Runeterra, where I play ranked and generally make misplays. We're going to be back on Thursday at 8 p.m. to do the Mage Seeker and continue that storyline, and then our regular schedule will resume, which is Sunday, Monday Runeterra, Thursday Mage Seeker, and Final Fantasy down the line in the future. So hang around for that if you're interested. More Poro Cup tournaments will be happening soon. And thank you all again for a fantastic event. I hope to see some of you again in a future stream or a future tournament. Bye, Internet!